Right, good morning, Jeanette.
Good morning, Your Worship and Councillors. I'm here just to present the rates remission and postponement policy. So we had a workshop in October last year, and you approved this document for consultation on the 16th of April. There's nothing has changed. We received no submissions on this policy. So I'm just putting forward it for you to sign off basically for the audit process.
Oh. Questions, Councillor Farr.
Hi, Jeanette. Just through the chair, I was just wondering, particularly since Heather's on the room, not looking at you in particular. I was just wondering when we go, if there has been some no submissions, so there won't be no going back. But if there's some way to sort of engage through with an emergency management lens on around the good news for marae and churches and whatnot, and perhaps their openness to engaging with us to become possible community hubs in times of need, just so that perhaps that were to come up at any stage that there is that relationship building going on, and that there is some good intention around helping us in times of need.
Any other questions to me? Good. Okay, do we have a recommendation?
I move.
Thank you, Zena. All those opposed, please say aye.
Aye.
Right, item 2, charges again, or not ready for that, right? Financial update.
Let's get in our computer.
So just fractional fees and charges, just some further work going on in the team at the moment, and we'll probably come back to you after lunch.
Right. How long emails we can cancel?
Emails. I'm not sure if Microsoft's all down.
But yeah, it's an IT outage. Like out emails and even the phone system is down, so we're probably trying to find material.
That's right.
Sorry, right at this point, a global outage. But just us and format.
What's not down is our spreadsheet. Yes, because
Don't hang up yet,
Yay.
yeah,
You tell me
Pretty quick again.
I could.
So over the time of submission of the consultation period, finance was busy just still doing some quality checks on the data, and we did find some errors. We found issues. We've refined things. We've also had more information come in that has altered our perspective on some cost and revenue. So in terms of the changes, so in 5.1 you'll notice that there's a list of changes that we're recommending. If we take all of those into account, our rates will
not to predetermine,
not predetermined, no, because you can change that, but with those things taken into account, it's our rates increase for year 1 is 12.2, not 11.6. If those are approved. In terms of going further out though, with the change to the bins and bags, that means from year 2 our rates increases are lower. So year 2 is looking like it will be more around 8.6. It was 10 point something. Prior.
However, qualifying that as we did say, we've got those bill indexes that we're still working through whether that will apply, and that will hit year 2 onwards. So it won't touch year 1 because we didn't inflate year 1, but the bill indexes will hit from year 2 if we are required to apply them, and that will be an OAG decision, not our decision. So I think just to mention that obviously includes the urgent item that was approved at the confidential council meeting as well.
I guess teaching that numbers, so you get that start to break some of the other today.
Not to be unhelpful, Is there any way we can take a little bit of heat out of year one? But both capacity in year two and three. I know we don't want to go down the pathway of underfunding appreciation and things like that. But if there is some, I know that our staff have been through, despite what ministers say on newspapers today, that we have been doing the line by line. Yeah, just is that I don't know if that's a throw that back to staff thing to have a think about that thing, because I know you've done a whole lot of work, but just putting that on the table.
It is entirely possible, like as you said, there are mechanisms we could use to smooth. However, just mindful of two things. One, we didn't consult on that, so we'd have to really be careful at the significance of that. And then the second point is the majority of the community actually said do the same or more if you look at those percentages. So again, just a little bit of a yep, we could look at alternate funding. I'm not a big fan of, given I did recommend it last year because of the big jump in revaluations, but I'm not a big fan of smoothing, because what it does is loan fund operational costs, and generally speaking, that's against our financial strategy.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, just to clarify, this is this is including the possible officer recommended changes, correct? Yes. Right. So is this the appropriate time to talk about those, or are we? No, there is a separate session on that. We just wanted to, again, given a lot of them were errors and have other implications if we don't approve them, we just wanted to put them up. And then any changes to those we can discuss when you're going through the paper. Thank you. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, just a simple question. Accountant speak, but I mean, in that line of smoothing out years 1 and 2, can you underfund depreciation the first year and overfund it next year for the next year? Is that a doable? It sounds simple.
Yeah, not really. And I guess Jeanette was just saying, so we had already underfunded depreciation. Well, we've done a smoothing exercise, so we're only adding 50% of that back this first year and 50% the next year. So, you know, again, we could make slight adjustments to that. We could probably do a 25, 75. Yeah, but again, if you request us to go there, we can have a look, but I'm a little bit reluctant to recommend that.
So the language that I used is,
can you,
firstly, didn't want to underfund depreciation, so we've been through that before, and
can you
fully understand the implications of them. Was more, and I don't know if there is anything that's in year 1 that could be moved to year 2. I doubt that as well, but I've just, and maybe this is unhelpful, saying, asking staff, hey, we've got another 2 days of deliberations, just if there's, have another. Not being helpful.
Sorry, that's why I asked if it was if they included the recommended changes by officers. And yes, they do, but it is not the time to discuss those yet. So that is not.
Can you?
That is just where we're at the moment, not by the end of the day. So
can you?
So I guess part of the Senate let me start this statement.
Can you?
I'll be like, that's 100 so pages of requests from information about. Don't understand council about what's coming involved. You get any back in that item. Probably is the right time to have that conversation when looking at officers' recommendations.
Can you?
Anything else? Thank you.
Can you?
All right. Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you? Can you?
But like, yeah, I saw that.
Can you?
Opposite.
Can you?
Okay.
Can you?
Kia ora. So you've talked about some of the big decisions that we specifically consulted on that happened yesterday. Now we're into everything else. So the LTP essentially contains our whole service delivery plan, all our capital investment plans, and we received a hell of a lot of submissions on that. 1,400, a lot more than we've dealt with before. To try and help you through this process, we provided a summary document. It's our best effort to identify all the points and requests made, but you've also read all the submissions yourselves, and we've heard from the community over the last few days. So this is your opportunity to identify. You've had the advice from us of why the plan is there and what is in it. There's additional officer advice on any specific requests and anywhere where we recommend changes, and there are just a couple of those. Otherwise, you've got our advice and you know what the status quo position is. So this is the opportunity. We'll go through essentially activity by activity, and you can raise any changes or debate you'd like to have around the status quo and anything you'd like to change. Because I've got Steve with me here early, can we start with facilities and venues?
Can you?
And facilities and venues starts at page 78. But again, there's a lot of pages there and we don't expect to go line by line. But this is your opportunity to consider all the things you've heard about facilities and venues, a lot of the aspirations you've heard from the community from improvements, alongside what we know our budget constraints are. This is your opportunity to raise anything where you think we should be making adjustments or discussing adjustments. Over to you. The staff are here if you have questions.
Can you?
Yes, correct.
Can you?
To start, the officer recommendation aligns with the submission we had from Sport Waikato, aligns with the advice we have given to a number of those, particularly around the AC bars and new cluster, in line with hubbing and partnerships with both council and other organisations, and I think it makes perfect sense to follow that. It's in line with the direction we've been going for quite some time, and it fits in with both regional and national strategy around service delivery. So I'm quite happy with it as it sits.
Can you?
Okay. Can you? Through the chair, when it comes to submission point under 301s and 303, I think it's blatantly obvious we would love to do what we can for our elderly, but we are talking, unfortunately, and I have to take my part out of this, is we are talking about a very small part where a lot of our elderly across the district are doing it really hard, and in fact young families are as well. And in regards to 303 about not being a residential landlord, I mean, I know as a steering group we have been looking at community housing trusts and the like, so that work is ongoing behind the scenes. So I don't see that we should make any changes in that space.
Can you?
Next one, mate. Oh, sorry, Councillor Greenslade.
Point 305, really upsetting to see the amount of money that we're having to spend on maintenance in the Turangi public toilets. I presume that's vandalism, that sort of stuff, is it, that's going on there?
Can you?
That's a lot of money. For the next 3 years, Turangi toilets had 48,000 worth of renewals.
Can you?
Is that in the same place, somewhere else? No renewals?
Can you?
Sorry.
They put me in the hot seat to talk facilities, and the first thing that comes up is public toilets, and I simply don't have an answer for that. It's
Okay.
a Julie Gordon question, so I feel like I'm about to throw a colleague under a bus. On all I can say is,
I just wasn't aware of it at all, actually. I hadn't seen it. My fault. I picked it somewhere and I hadn't read it. I would assume it's the renewals would be the same place that we actually use for the last 6 years. So I was talking about this because it's not really appropriate as a public toilet, so it's a mess. And it's looking at this.
Can you,
That's right.
can you,
But I mean, that's why there is the honestly, and it's not very safe. So that they
Lily will be here soon, so she can ask that question. She's in the hot seat. No, that's okay. No, we are. So this is when we're talking about pools, libraries, our event centres,
toilets.
toilets as well. But our experts will be here in about 5 minutes. So.
can you,
What else?
can you,
Oh, anything further on? Sure. No.
So anything further in terms of libraries, pools, our event centres, Great Lakes Centre, all our facilities and venues essentially. This is the opportunity if you want to debate any changes. Otherwise, we'll lock that in, and transport will be the next one when our expert gets here.
We go page by page. I wonder if we just systematically just go page.
That's my point.
Well, there's 116 pages. The idea is to go topic by topic. So this is facilities and venues.
What I mean is pausing all the time. If we finish the topic.
can you,
Finish libraries.
Pools then. Any comments to make on pools before we move on? No, and then our event centres, community halls, venues. Any debate?
We're not talking about fees. We talked about fees yesterday, so.
That's right. This is the services we provide and any capital upgrade plans.
can you,
Okay.
This was for a bombing, but bombing platform. Just I wonder in the reply back, we did say like we're happy to support if a community group wants to apply for external funding, we're happy to write legal support.
Mangakino.
Yeah, something like that. So that's yep.
can you,
See if we can facilitate in that space. Yeah. Okay.
can you,
Request for commercial kitchens and plates or the event centre at all.
can you,
no submissions requesting that. We have got money set aside in the LTP for upgrades to the GLC. It's more focused in the hall space, nothing specifically in the commercial kitchen space.
can you,
What's the next date?
Okay.
Oh, can I just ask that? I've lost track now since I've been, I was keen for libraries to be open different hours, but I don't think we received too many submissions on that. Did you still recall that?
The submissions I can recall talked about they enjoy the library and the services and they hope we don't cut back on hours. But there were no specific submissions to extend that I'm aware of.
Can you,
Page 1, please.
You're on 82, 83 at the moment.
can you,
I summoned
can you,
322. Fix the net court building. It is not correct. The building located on couple apartment we consider based on the outcomes of the REC project. It was actually in the long-term plan to be demolished and it was taken out of the long-term plan because the cost of demolition. But that actually is not correct, that statement.
can you,
Make that correction for you.
I know that
Councillor.
because I went looking for myself to see if I could find a way of getting rid of it. Didn't cost anything, yeah.
can you,
And yeah, so on 327, could we please change the response to say that we are looking at alternative sites? the dump station, but not name that particular site because that is a contentious site. So I don't think that will go there. So or won't get support to go there. So if we could just say look at
Still tomorrow.
sites.
Okay.
Can you
Feeling Aidan that we might just have to go through page by page. But otherwise there's nothing to
Jumps all over.
Yeah.
Well, we're still on facilities.
can you
Yeah, but
sorry.
I see under facilities and venues that there's a public toilet mentioned there for a Taupō area, but the River Road request comes under a different section. Is there a reason that that's been some separate?
can you
Only that it's part of the Parks and Reserves team, and they'll be here to chat about that when we go through Parks and Reserves, if that's okay.
can you
It's the placement of it in the.
Yeah,
in the-
facilities and events versus
can you
River Road, isn't
can you
it?
I'm going to 324. Steve, from your comment yesterday, that response is not right either because actually, the gym, because there are
can you
community.
Yep, there'll be 17 for that.
That,
Yep.
yeah,
Cool.
they're actually going to stay at that price here.
Yep.
can you
Between mine, mate. The mod.
can you
Whenever.
can you
Consent.
There are no other items there, Māori, they would like 3 to 8 in the Henry, like a community centre on the Henry Hall site. Rachel and I have just been talking about the fact that we're looking at a feasibility study of the community hall, which really should be a feasibility study of a new community centre on that Henry Hall site. It's that old community centre it's done. And we should be looking at something fresh and different if we're going to replace over a period of time. So I think we both agree that the feasibility study should be transferred to the Henry Hill site and not the community centre as it stands. It's got a lot of things wrong with it. It's cost an awful lot to upgrade that building.
It's Henry now, but
We're in wondering where it is because it's the wrong place for us, quite flooded.
Henry Hall.
Henry Hall does know about it. I think the original KCA have been working on that. So just through, yes,
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, we might be talking about the same, but so
can you
happy with all that, just thinking though, if this process, we're just doing the response in terms of the submissions, I think. Like, we don't want to go into, I mean, if we've got a,
how do we do it?
we're,
I get it.
we're saying council has no plan to provide a new, so that's technically correct.
Yes.
And we just do that, and then, because you've got this wonderful range, engagements with those communities that cannot.
Waiting for that.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is we just, where we're being technically correct, providing the responses to our community, we do that rather than getting into conflating them with what we might be doing, things like that. So I think those forums that we have at Kinloch and other forums are an opportunity to continue that engagement rather than bring it through this process. That's just my take.
Just to resolve that, sorry, I see we do have money set aside for the study. We could make clear that the scope of the study is to include discussions with all parties and all options, both the existing site and other sites. Okay. Yeah.
The feedback from the Kinloch community was don't bother spending that money there. We've heard that, and if we could say, well, we'll give that some further consideration. So I guess that's where we're going with that.
Okay.
can you
Oh, sorry, get with that. Yeah.
I'm happy for the deputy.
Well, deputy, I hate to take the words out of my mouth. I was going to suggest if you remove the location specific response and to say we commit to working with the Kinloch community on community facilities. And then that's broad enough that you're not ruling anything in or out, and there's lots of wiggle room, and you're not saying no to anybody, or are you saying yes?
That's very good. So just for the, you might put this more around, and I don't know if this is the right place, I'm a little bit confused now, but The feasibility study, is that in year 1 or 2? And if, because we're now facing a new dynamic with the Henry Hall proposal, can it not be, if it's in year 1, can it be pushed to year 2 to help with what we're looking at through our financial sector?
Can you,
I don't know how the Kinloch ARG members feel about that.
can you,
Should answer really quick, so I think it's.
Scott's our expert on that, but yeah, I believe it is in year 1, and we can get him to confirm whether or not that remains appropriate as we come back to adopt finally.
can you,
Yes.
Not my area of interest really, but 331 is that conversation we had about who owns the building and is that response the right response?
can you,
331.
Yeah. The club room is that we own the building.
can you,
I have a question on that too. So are we depreciating and we got money for renewals? Is that getting done? Sorry, I missed it.
We will be depreciating and environmental.
But that's a very low value building, just, there's probably not a lot of.
Is it the money is for renewals, it's not for extensions and stuff like that. Yeah, but to repair the leaks and so.
can you,
Councillor Taylor? I can't find the line item in here, but we had a number of submitters talking about what are in effect low cost requests, which would give a significant feel-good factor and provide a very quick, visible response. And we're talking basketball hoops or some of these very small ticket items. So my request would be if we could advance some of those, and I'm not pointing to any specific ones, but if we were to do that, at least it shows our response. It's not going to be millions of dollars. We're talking thousands of dollars. You know, Mangakino, Turangi are 2 examples. We've got one throughout, I think Naruto with a request there. Archibari, little things like that, and the facilities. Put a basketball hoop up, whatever it costs, it's not going to have a significant impact on balance sheet, but it'll have a massive impact on the community who sees it there and go, oh, actually council listened and responded. So that would be my plea. Please, no pressure.
Yeah, through the chair, I'd like to back what the deputy mayor said. I mean, it's small costs, but huge wellbeing benefits. So I support that.
can you,
Yeah, I also support that, especially from Turangi when we heard from all the youth here, like it would be something that we tangibly see and as a result of been speaking.
can you,
oh, then through the chair, so we're not saying we will do every little thing that everyone asks for. We're going to itemize them, I suppose, but someone's good. Who chooses the little basketball hoop? That basketball hoop goes yes, and we don't do that other thing.
can you,
Question.
Well, it's not my place to answer it, but I will anyway. My suggestion is we've had a number of people who've submitted who are engaged in their communities, and we have ward councillors in those communities who could work with staff, with the community to identify a quick win and an easy fix. And that would be my suggestion. Rather than going line by line, we're going to put a basketball hoop on this patch ground, whatever. Let's not get to that level of detail, but commit to doing something reasonably quickly so that we can get a quick win.
can you,
In terms of practically dealing with that, there is a line item for youth play spaces. Again, it's largely tailored towards the end of the 10-year period, given we've got financial constraints and we're focusing on the basics at the beginning. If you're requesting, there may be an opportunity to bring some of that money forward to do smaller projects around. Obviously, there'll be financial consequences that we'll have to consider. But then the money would be for youth play spaces. We wouldn't have to specify exactly what the projects are now, but we could work with the communities to identify what those are potentially.
Well, that being the case, yes, I would be requesting that, but not a huge budget to give just small ticket items.
can you,
Yeah, look, I just clarified with 2 and the toilet that's been requested, because toilets
big issue in Kinloch, and when Matt did this presentation, that is iwi land to that eastern end, but they're having a lot of problems because there is no toilet. Well, it's a temporary toilet at the moment. Does that mean if we investigate it, there will be no money for a toilet? If it's found that there is space for it and it's appropriate, in that investigation, there will be no money for it that first year.
Can you
Again, sorry, I can't give you an answer on public toilets.
can you
Just, there's no idea what.
It's true, I could not.
It's my favourite subject.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good
Julie.
morning.
Sorry to be asking curly questions when you.
That's okay. So, yes, so the money that we have put in, obviously, year 2 is more investigating potential sites, because at the moment I'm under the impression that the marina are happy for us to put the temporary, portal back on that site. Although interestingly, in this last 10 days, I've had some questions back from the marina, whereas when Deb was the secretary, it was all very plain sailing. But it is my understanding that they've agreed for us to use that temporary site, at least for this summer, which will give us time to investigate other sites. And I've seen in Matt's submissions talking about using iwi land there. So, and then that large lump of money would be to build that toilet. That was our vision from a parks perspective of how we would program that.
So should we include that in our response? I noticed that the officer response on that is not noted about the toilet. They've sort of suggested not doing ad hoc improvements and things, but there was no mention, no officer response about the toilet. Because it did come through on the submissions,
Yeah.
that was all.
It's a big deal there.
It is a massive.
Yes, it is. Apologies, I'm not quite sure how that got missed, that we weren't thinking that. But I guess as well, from a councillor's perspective, you did also ask us in the very early part to look at other sites that aren't council owned for a potential public toilet to go in. So I guess we left it relatively open that if it's not Kinloch, it could be somewhere else, Mount Tahara, Rangatahi, all those other places that have started signalling to us as well that they may potentially need a public toilet because we've got no land there. So it's all, this money was all about having the opportunity to look at these other potential sites, but certainly, obviously, with my knowledge of Kinloch, knowing full well that that one was most probably going to be the first one off the rank.
I just wonder if we can offer some sort of response about the fact that we're still working with local landowners.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, I just think it would be an appropriate thing to do. And
Absolutely. Yeah, because I still wait, working with Matt around actually removing that one that's there now on their land, because they're obviously not happy about that, because that was built without any knowledge or consent or anything. So I think if we can remove that, that will help those conversations move forward. So yeah.
Thank you.
They just need to know it's on the stage.
Okay, I'll get my glasses.
Can you,
All right.
what's next, Zadie? Can you,
We'll keep going if there's any further
Yep.
discussions you'd like to have.
There's one more I've just discovered. The Turangi Holiday Park, a comment from staff was, we're looking at the future of this land. That's not quite right that we enjoy. Some of the land has been back to the traffic process. So is there a possibility that
Oh, no, it's the strategy, it's middle of shape, it's making sense, but it's been.
Does he not say, do we not say that? Because I keep on getting comments from people like this all the time. And I quite like the sort of enjoy the to say to say, actually, this is approach, this is outstanding. It's not.
can you,
We're just thinking about what we're going to do, and it's much better than they did. Just to say.
can you,
I'm sorry, I'm going back to
can you,
232, Julie, I'm glad you're still sitting there, because this is about the swamping issue on the domain, which you've been working on for some period, and I see it's now out to 2030. And there is, we've been telling them that we're doing the work and that we're in the process of it and it's not far away. The remedy isn't far away. 2030 is a long way away. So where are we at with that? Why is it 2030?
What number are you?
230. It's the last item on the last, second document.
330.
Yes, it starts on page 84 on the dividend, and then if I go to page
Yeah.
three,
85.
yeah. Yeah, so through the year, being part of the KRG, I was under the impression that that domain work was going to be done much sooner as well. I'll be scared to set foot out there if I have to front that.
2030 when they think it's happening now, because they have been given that impression very clearly.
Can you?
Yes, and it's my understanding that the money was moved just to alleviate some pressure in those first 3 years. So absolutely the consultation of coming out to the community to have that ask them the questions as to how they value their reserve space in Kinloch. Ideally needs to be earlier, and then whatever comes out of that we can build, but understanding through earlier discussions that was just moved to alleviate the pressure on the first 3 years. But
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you?
Can I suggest, and I don't want to drop into the operational space too deeply, but this is another opportunity where you have a willing community who are asking to partner with council. And if we were to go
Can you?
no cost, but potentially no cost, and no limited staff time and no equipment on our part, they've got the people, they've got the gear, they've got the materials, they've got the willingness, and we would partner with them and
Can you?
put a fencer at them to control their enthusiasm. There might be an opportunity, again, a quick win in that community, something really visible that's in your face because you walk down every time, and there's an opportunity to do that. Sorry, Julie, I'm well and truly in yours.
No, absolutely. I hear you and understand exactly what you're saying. However, from a parks perspective, the domain is sinking. The water table's right there, and we need to bring the community along for the ride that actually any remedial work is actually not going to work. It is always going to be boggy. We're growing sedges there. We're not growing grass. It wants to be a wetland. However, going out to the community and actually asking them how they value that space, as well as all the space, reserve space in Kinloch, is a really valuable conversation to have, because yes, part of the domain is leased to the marina for boat and trailer parking. However, I'm sure we've all been there over the summer when, in natural fact, the whole domain is taken up by boats and trailers. So it's that conversation. Community, do you value it more as a car park, or do you value it as a recreation reserve for your children to actually play on? In which case is those questions back again. Okay, if it's a car park, all right, there's a bit of work to be done around reserve status and all that sort of thing, but let's tar seal it and let's make it a car park for you. But then also, where do we pick up the recreation space for the people that visit Kinloch? As we know, there's there's the foreshore there is 2 foot of toe. It's not even council land. They're very graciously allowing us the public to use that. Because on the same breath of how the domain's working, I also get as many complaints about the dust and safety aspect of the lakefront. So is there an element of, okay, well, is that for people and the domain for the cars? So it's for us, it's just actually, let's go out, let's have that conversation and see what the whole community think.
We've been trying. Can we then plan to do that sooner than 20 and get the ball rolling on that? Let's put some effort into it, because at the moment we just say no.
It's not every single thing. They are not going to be easy to deal.
Yeah, I think that there's some, as Councillor Taylor alluded to earlier, there are some quick wins. We just have to start that engagement now. Yeah, and really just start asking the community what they want to see there. If that's the approach you want to take, which I agree with, so then can we, you know, respond in time and let them work with us.
Did we decide the lease? Great. Let's dealers. Did we ask the right person then?
Sorry, with respect, it was before my time, so sorry, I haven't actually got that answer, but obviously obviously has been some questions because the leased area is obviously to the tennis court back to the road. But that is the only area, but of course I was going to put a fence up last year to stop more traffic going on to the actual reserve where children can play, and obviously got asked not to do that. But it's sending those messages that actually you've got a private entity here who's actually, you know, they are taking away some space recreationally for the community. So tough conversations, but like you say, a vital council Sheffield that we have.
That's the issue.
It is, and that recreational area, we took the swings away, we took all the recreation away, so it's not being used for that purpose anyway.
Can you?
We've got goal posts.
We've got rugby posts, we've got a cricket pitch, yeah, wicket, yeah, we've got that there, and we do have a small playground. And obviously the conversations that I've had with the community is around actually let's develop the playground because of the wetness of the domain. Let's actually put any renewal money and everything for that little playground and actually develop the lakefront one more. Let's have that as a little bit of the destination playground for Kinloch. There's a lot more space, it's a lot safer because of the kids. I've spoken to kindergarten that are right there. They don't use it, they don't like it. You know, it's old, it needs renewing, hence why I've taken some elements around that I weren't comfortable that were safe and to be used. So it's having that movement there.
Okay, so thank you. General trees. Discussion forward. Yeah, that's all.
Can you?
David, we said no to everything of theirs has been pushed out. That's not fair, it's not appropriate.
It's new footpaths.
I don't know what need more footpaths. No, they don't want footpaths, but they do want to be part of this. And I thought it was currently happening. I had no idea that it wasn't. I'm blindsided by what's in here, and Rachel was saying. So I don't think it's okay to go back to them and go, no, you can't have anything you've asked for at all. There's got to be something a bit closer than 2030 for some of the things they feel.
Can you?
I've taken on board all the feedback that's happening here and sensing the level of frustration by pushing it out to 2030. I think what would be best is for myself, and I've been messaging Libby as well, is that we connect and figure out what the solution is and how we can bring that forward.
Thank
So yeah, taking on board your feedback.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Can you?
Sorry, just through, yeah, just one thing, if we're already doing the feasibility study about the pool, is that opportunity to then broaden it out to look at all the things, because I just know in Mangakino when we consult and then consult, just do it.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Can you?
All right. Sorry.
Well, Dolly T, can I ask about the Turangi toilets, please?
So this is the main block in the town centre.
Sorry?
The main block in the town
Yes,
centre.
it's, I'm just trying to see where it's gone to. Oh, here we go, 305.
Can you?
Okay, so
Yeah.
no, sorry, I we're delving a little bit operational. So actually parks don't actually look after that toilet. The only toilet in the district that we don't actually manage and look after, it sits with the facilities team, and that's because it's contract cleaned. My staff don't actually clean it because of the frequency that toilet gets used and needs cleaning. Quite a number of years ago, most probably 10 years ago, it got moved over to the facilities team. However, I do know the intricacies of the toilet because I have done many repairs on it. And we know, although the site may be okay, from an infrastructure perspective, it is really poor. Everything's very flat. There's, you know, the pipe work and everything, there's blockages. We're at the end of a line, a water line as well. So if there's any type of water fixing that gets done in the township, that line doesn't get flushed because it stops there. So we're always cleaning. My team do clean the filters regularly,
to try and stop that. Now, of course, as well, the ongoing vandalism. Again, my colleague Annette, a number of years ago, retiled the whole place. We did it all up, spent a lot of money, but I can quite safely say there's vandalism in there every week. There's always a toilet that's not working. There's always a sink that's broken. There's always something. So I do believe we did have some big money a number of years ago to actually build a whole new one. And I have spoken to my colleagues in facilities, even around the Kiwi camp style, sort of quite robust toilet. Apologies, I don't know where that is in the plan now, because like I say, I don't run that part. But of the 48k of renewals that we've got in public toilets, again, facilities and I work very closely together around the district, what toilets are actually needing some renewals, and they run that program for me. So I look after the activity in the box and they look after the box for me. So I can touch base with them and we can see, but I guess ultimately Turangi, for a more of a 24-hour toilet block, does need a new one from an operational aspect.
I mean, Gareth said years ago, long before I was on council, it's just a disaster because of all of those things that you talked about.
We do spend a lot of money there.
Do we actually own that building?
I believe we do.
We do own it.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
right. So it is possible to demolish it and build something that's more Turangi style type of thing, something here. But just 48,000 doesn't seem terribly much.
Well, from an asset perspective, when you look at our whole toilet block portfolio, they're actually pretty good. You know, we've done a lot of work over the years on our toilet blocks. So with the regular maintenance that I do operationally, and then the work that the facilities team come in and do bigger work, certainly I'm not sure what that 48 is actually targeting.
That's really the
I'll
question.
catch up with Scott after and see.
It just seems a waste of money if we're going to consider, you know, replacing it. I mean, maintenance for the nightmare that it is, rather than 48,000 on something that's
Can you,
almost, Mayor David, yeah, almost. I think it's on an automatic keypad. I think it might lock itself at 11 o'clock at night and then reopen at 6. But that was my last understanding of it.
Road service station.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Yeah. So we work in time with that last bus that comes into Turangi.
And it's basically the visitor. So it's just always visitors. Night. But yeah, it is funny.
can you,
Okay, thanks, Jim. Councillor Council.
Yeah, just an observation, really. I mean, you know, it's a big deal.
can you,
Turangi. From the summary thing, there was one person submitted on it. I'm just observing that's sort of.
Just because one person's
Oh, yeah.
on it doesn't mean to say it's not a big
No. It's an observation of mine. It's an observation of mine.
ongoing.
I'm just observation of mine about the submission process that some people know they don't bother. Nothing about stuff like that. So
Rather than subject to that toilets. Yeah.
And it's-
How many people use public toilets?
I was just going to say, actually, it's not something the local school goes.
yeah.
It is a visitor. toilet. Yeah. It's local. Yeah.
It's quite an old building. Yeah. It's not, we wouldn't do the same again. Yeah.
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay.
It's done very well.
can you,
Real quick. Okay, Eddie, so what have we got next? Economic development.
Gas.
can you,
Yes. Oh, do you understand the parts and reserves next?
can you,
We moved on.
Which?
I missed that opportunity, didn't I?
I thought we just established Steve's in charge of the toilets.
Third in charge sanitation.
I bet you're on stage.
Okay,
I'll sit on the back though.
Take the toilet with you, mate.
I'll say.
would you like to move on to economic development?
Yeah.
Okay.
Surely.
A little break.
Maybe.
Headley. Into economic development.
Okay, what are we doing here?
Through the chair, I'm happy to kick this off if you like.
Yeah.
The only real submission, additional thing we've been asked for under this is around film viability, and Gary, apologies for what I'm about to say, but we've asked our economic development agencies, Amplify and GDLT, to cut their cloth by 20%. Film viability came and presented to us. I asked about their funding agreement with Amplify that they've had for a long time. And they were one of the ones that were cut from Amplify in the 20% reduction from year one. Therefore, I don't see how giving them the funding by coming around it another way sorts out us asking the Economic Development Agency to cut their cloth. We're going to take it from Amplify and then give it straight to film viability. We're actually defeating the purpose of why we asked our very valued stakeholders to cut their cloth. So I don't support us independently funding film viability. However, if there is a way that we can advocate and assist in external funding applications or anything else, I'd be all for that.
Can you
Nothing to add as to what's already in the written responses.
And so it's the submission from Creative Waikato also asked for funding. It's not under economic development, although the tenure of their submission from a memory was around the benefits economically that what they would provide. I don't support that either. In terms of their funding application, we're taking money off groups that are already here. We're potentially putting hurdles in front of existing groups. I don't see in this economic climate why we would give money to groups that are not established in town already. So I can't find it in my thing.
Yeah,
but that's
I'm not sure where exactly it's sitting, but will be part of a conversation around the broader community funding approach later today.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Through the chair, I support the deputy mayor on that. We can't look at new funding when we're asking everyone to cut the cloth. And we heard a lot of hurt from our community groups, and particularly I can't stop thinking about Xanthi and how she talked about what it does for wellbeing at a community level when you look at tourism art versus community art. So I wholeheartedly support the deputy mayor and the stance on that.
Can you
Like a conversation later on, but
we might as well go on.
Oh, just I noticed this came up a few times elsewhere. 344 question the 5 million budgeted for strengthening iwi relationships, and there's a big long answer there. But I know they're not the only one to question that. I suppose I'm not sure. I don't recall going through it ourselves, so that's not something. It's just the answer is encompasses a funding bid to be considered as part of the LTP deliberations. Is that now, or are we talking about that later, or whatever that is?
Through the chair, sorry, councillor, is your question what's the funding for?
Well, the answer seems to be there, but I've seen it raised a few other matters about it too. But the answer says encompasses a funding bid to be considered as part of the LTP deliberations. Is that what we're doing now, or we're going to discuss that separately?
Yeah, so which one?
Oh, 344.
So I think in terms of the funding bid, I think it's saying this is what the budget is basically. So obviously it's on page 88.
Thank you. And that sits under economic development, because I believe the submissions come from council. That probably sits slightly differently around around capacity and capability building in an iwi space.
No.
And that's support and partnerships for farmers and Aboriginal claim.
Can you
Is that something we're discussing further later, or is it just, is that a thing to be discussed, or?
Through the chair, it can be discussed if you've got any questions.
Oh, no, well, I mean, they raise the question, 5 million sounds like a lot. You know, what does it include?
Through the chair, so the response there outlines what it will be used for. Have you answered any more particular questions that may be?
And just to clarify, it's 500,000. It's T.
Can you
Sorry. So nothing in the budget, very lights, even though we've got all those lights that put power to those trees and all that sort of thing. So is that a township type of power? Yeah. I know it's trivial.
No, it's sort of taken up a lot of time, very tight.
And
Yeah, it makes it terribly hard.
just about it's rather really up night.
Very guns, but the it means that people are standing here, let's not put supports it. Into the correct life.
Still, on my feet,
Why should that
we get to these big athletes back.
Well, it's doing it.
Okay, so we all have with this DPLC and amplify.
Yeah, that's a bit confusing. That's your word.
can you
just make a quick statement. I really like the staff's responses throughout that whole development. And staff saying, you come back and ask us for our pension. There's no promises to anybody. People, there's a lot of organisations here and they want money from us over the years and are assuming that that will go on. And I think the message from staff is actually that's nicely, and it's not necessarily the case. Don't assume anything in this climate. We had a lot of money over 10 years, but no.
can you
Okay. Councillor, in the interest of we have cut the cloth on a number of big ticket items in terms of what we've apportioned, EGLT, which, and we're tightening the controls around community funding. I just come back to Councillor Campbell has said.
can you
The $500,000 per year of this basic line item, is that a rollover from previous years? And it's not a value judgment on the work or merits or otherwise. It's just a question of let's be consistent here around the economic climate that we're in. If everyone else is getting their cloth cut, have we cut the cloth on this and have we apportioned using the same methodology to this line item as we have to others, or we just roll it over?
can you
Through the chair, so the amount is similar to what's been put in the last couple of years in life's ODP in this space. It's probably just worth noting that this is an operational line item for our iwi co-governance team, but it does incorporate some grants funding for partnership work with entities such as Tūrangi Māori Trust Board and Ngāti Turangi through the money. However, there is a need to push this further and it has been cut, but we can do more if need be. I just has been cut. It has, but it's because it's not a grant, it's an internal line item for the operational running of our team. So it's ever so all teams through the organisation have gone through and we've cut things out of this. But I'm comfortable if we need to reduce it more, we can do. But there will be a balance because some of this PTS is around we give it to entities to support them to be able to support us, if that makes sense. So it's around the capacity for Turangi-Tongariro around Mangakino-Pouakani. It's around the capacity of those hapu cluster works with Ngāti Turangi-Tongariro through the trust board and through Taupo-Kaingaroa. We can keep that going, but it may be that we need to look at reducing that funding of how we support other entities to be able to support entities.
Thank you, and that answers actually the Councillor response. I just think we need to be clear, because it wasn't clear in my mind initially that, again, it's around the optics. If we're cutting everything else and we're leaving this alone, we run the risk of having the finger pointed at us and saying you are providing preferential treatment. So this is, yeah, I'll come back to it. It's a question of consistency right across the board.
Can you,
But I'm happy with that response. Thank you.
That's the package.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, but I do have a problem with some of the
can you,
feedback we received from the co-chair of the Mana Whakahono Arohi around how we don't do anything down there. We're sitting in a brand new facility, not far from a brand new park, and $6 million of brand new curb and channeling. So can I ask that a brief summary of this $5 million over 10 years around relationships and engagement be included in the response to the Mana Whakahono? Because I'm Takinga knows better, and I don't want to single him out, but the points came from him directly, and I think that we do a really good job, and I think he needs to stop making us feel like we're not doing our job when we're doing our utmost with hand on heart. Thanks.
can you,
Councillor Pitchin first.
Yeah, to be fair, and just on your point, I think that's a little bit unfair. I think a lot of the feedback that we did receive from our Mana Whakahono partners was very positive. A lot of it was based around what it's going to look like moving forward into the future. And a lot of, especially going back to your point, was more specific around what's happening within her own street. And then reaching up into what something that might happen. I just wanted to talk to the point. But on top of that, we are engaging with Māori at a whole nother level versus what we've done in previous years, i.e. with the establishment of the Mana Whakahono. So we can't go on previous council years of how much we've spent in this space because we've increased the engagement exponentially since then. With the establishment of the Mana Whakahono, with the establishment of a whole host of different entities that we've now developed and fostered a relationship with, those relationships require investment. And so really, we should be looking at investing more money in a space that we continue to grow and prosper. And that's I understand where you're coming from, Te Papamārearea Māori, and again, the fear is that we are actually potentially getting into the space of operational levels because, you know, what we cover in our iwi relationship partnerships falls under operational. So then we have to look at every single department within operations and then start making cuts, which I don't think is a very useful time. Exactly, you know, and I'm more than happy to leave that responsibility with our CE, but. Yeah, that was just my whakaaro anyway. I thought the feedback that we received from our Mana Whakahono partners was actually really, really positive yesterday. Oh, was he saying that before? Yeah, so yeah, I just wanted to make it.
Through the chair, Councillor Fletcher has completely misunderstood what I said. I was talking about he being tucking in you. I was not talking about she. And once we get to transportation and talk about footpaths, I'm happy that that's an operational conversation. I did not in any way talk about any other people apart from one individual.
can you,
Yes, I take your point is that we're paying for capability improvements, but it's sort of, I understand, because a lot of the feedback I got too separately was, oh no, we're not doing enough, we've got more work to do, and that's probably fair enough. But I take your point that if we're engaging and we're working in a partnership, outwardly it'd be nice if they didn't undermine us. I get your point. Thank you.
can you,
Mr. Campbell?
Oh, I'll just throw in there, I mean, appreciating, yeah, I don't sense negativity so much. I mean, you come to a submission process, not usually to praise council, but to ask them. I mean, it's kind of the nature. But I just have to comment something. This is just based on my experience. We went to a sort of workshop at a marae last year sometime. I mean, when we're talking about independent experts facilitated to read workshops for staff and elected members, it was independent, but I just don't think it seemed to represent a objective viewpoint. I didn't
Can you,
hear that. I didn't see that happening then, and I'm just a little bit wary of facilitated workshops for staff that are not seeing from a multi, not a very narrow point of view. That's what I experienced anyway.
can
Sorry,
you,
that's a subjective opinion on a particular workshop, has nothing to do with the line item we're dealing with here.
I think you're right. All right,
Cool.
Aidan, what are we all happy with that one? Is it on?
Well, Headley's here. We've drifted on also from economic development into community engagement. Are there any final comments on those, or we'll let Headley go?
19.
Thank you.
Thank you.
can you,
Right,
can you,
happy with the answers then?
can you,
Okay,
can you,
he's got it.
Okay. We've already covered facilities and venues, but we do have Scott here. There were a couple of questions around the Kinloch Golf Club and the toilets in Turangi that he can answer. And if there's any other facilities questions, now's our opportunity. And then we'll close off venues and
Oh,
facilities.
sorry, community engagement. Did we just do that?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were going to dwell on things and can I add something then? Sorry. Sorry.
can you,
Community engagement. I mean,
can you,
349. I'll just throw this in my 2 cents about what mechanisms are in place to ensure ongoing community input and transparency in decision making throughout the implementation of the plan. I mean, if we're talking about community engagement,
can you,
I personally think having opportunities for the public to come in here outside working hours to talk to
can you,
council chambers is something a lot of other councils do and would better enable community engagement as far as I'm concerned.
can you, can you,
Outside working hours, I mean, again, yeah.
Through the chair, I'd just like to respond to that. I went to 6 community engagements on the plan, and every one of them was outside working hours.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm not talking about long-term plan.
Well, that's what it says. That's
Is that what this is exactly about, community engagement of this long? I was talking about community engagement.
The submission says what mechanisms are in place to ensure ongoing community input and transparency decision making throughout the implementation of the plan. That's what it says. So I did attend all of those and engagement went when I went.
Oh, no, I appreciate that for certainly the long-term plan consultation. Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking community engagement in general.
Just for clarification, we are actually looking at responses to submissions, aren't we? We're not raising new topics for discussion.
Well, sorry, we flicked through it so quick. I just got half chance.
All right, Scott.
Good afternoon, good morning.
Right. How long have you spent there?
As little time as possible. Yeah,
Do we own that building?
we do own that, yes.
can you,
The question was around what are our maintenance and improvement plans to at least address the leaks, even if we don't have expansion plans for the Kinloch Golf Club.
What's the plan for the toilet?
It's 48,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it actually doesn't seem good much.
Yeah.
Because actually
Yes, as I'm sure you're aware, it gets quite a lot of attention from the elements that we don't want. I was unfortunately there about a month ago, and it's quite depressing. We have around $48,000. I think it's the next 2 years for just as a renewal plan that was already in there, which is driven from our asset management plan. So whether that's, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head whether that is for basins or bowls or doors or whatever it is, but it's part of our regular asset management plan. At the moment, it's kind of
can you
just kind of take care of it. There's no strategic plan of what to do with it because it's quite there's a need. Absolutely, there's a need there. But as you know, we've had to adjust the hours, we've had to adjust the security of it, we've had to adjust the cleaning of it because of what occurs. So the 48,000 is just a renewals plan at this stage.
Strip it out.
It's not a strip out without drilling in. Yeah, but it's. I mean, there's only a number of cubicles, so it'll probably just be the maintenance renewal of doors that get kicked in. We have a maintenance budget as well for vandalism, so which I think is around about 12,000 a year or something. So,
Can you?
no, we don't. We don't have cameras on it. No, but we have our contractor, our security contractor, go out and check it.
Yes.
When you ask for it.
That's what it's done.
Can you?
Kinloch Golf Club. Golf Club.
Kinloch Club.
Yes. What's the question?
What question?
What's happening next will be a business case to do some significant maintenance and renewals to the property. I think we've put in for around about 120,000 in the next year or two. I think we'll have Rhino here that will be able to give the exact. Yeah, please do, Ryan. Thank you.
Morning.
So the original submission into the LTP was substantially more, was about 280,000. That got cut in the initial cull. Subsequently, we submitted again for $112,000, and that will do a refurbishment of the facility. So that has been submitted, and we're waiting for the LTP outcome on that.
Can you? Can you?
Councillor Shepherd?
Yeah, I'm unclear about what that money is going to be used for. I mean, we have to be good landlords, obviously, but we're also telling them to apply for grant funding for the fit out aspect, aren't we? What works are we proposing to do as landlords, I guess, in that budget?
So there's two parts to it. The golf club themselves, they have applied for funding. That's the interior fitter. They want a new kitchen, industrial kitchen setup. Our responsibility is to maintain the outside of the building. It is leaking, so it entails a new roof. Outside, in terms of the cladding, needs to be replaced. Inside, new carpets. So those are things that exist on our asset management plan. We've got all that aligned.
Is this year one?
If the LTP goes through, it will be year one. We've already received the quotes. Costings on that, so it's all in place here.
Great, they've been good landlords. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kinloch is getting.
Yes, well.
Yes, there was a big tractor, and I saw that they applied for a new one, but that sits with Parks and Reserves.
Yeah. We supplied the new lawnmower.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not looking at this as something that they want. This is something we're obligated to do as a landlord. So please, that's in there. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Section 1 here, just following on from the Tūrangi one, submission 305, Parks and Reserves have submitted 640,000 in capital for the next 3 years, long-term plan for public conveniences. What else are you doing and where are you doing that?
That would be with Parks and Reserves. Unfortunately, we can't talk to that. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
That helps.
It's got I'm just
It's 140,000 is a lot of money. Where else is that being spent? You know, when I'm looking at that's on Tūrangi, where's that? I was 600,000 going to.
We'll come back to Parks and Reserves and we'll hold that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've allowed for a new toilet for republic toilet. We don't need to replace the one. It's not an issue, but we're having with the current one.
Oh, fabulous.
That
would fabulous. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, new toilet. There you go, Sandra.
Have you got a year, Greg?
Have
you got a year?
Which is.
Have you got it here? I can find that out.
Yeah, Ned's looking for it. Rightio, Scott, what else?
I'm actually hesitant to raise this, but do you have any questions around Kinloch Hall? Because that often comes up and I might be able to help with that.
Kinloch Hall?
Yeah.
No, we don't discuss it earlier. I think.
Okay, good.
No.
Yeah, we don't want a feasibility study on that, but we can talk about that. Yeah, yes, yeah.
But explore all options and partnership options and other sites.
Okay,
Yep.
good.
Right,
Thank you.
nothing to report?
Fantastic, everything's good.
Loved his name.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
No other questions for Scott or Ryan?
Okay. So that then closes facilities and venues.
Okay.
Opportunity for a break. Otherwise, we'll be getting into transport. Should be again.
What page are we on, Karen?
Missing solid work. Yep.
Page 21 either.
Yes.
21.
21.
21. Pages? Lost.
Going for us.
Any other offers? One.
Yes.
28.
28, so there's 28.
Okay, let's go back into it. Transportation, Claire, Zelda, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Do you want to kick it off?
So the same thing again, you know what's in the plan, you know what our service plans are, our operational budgets, our capital plan for delivery and improvements. You've seen all the decisions and heard from the public about what they want to change. Now is your opportunity to raise any debates or any changes you'd like from what was proposed in the plan. And you can ask any questions of the staff around any potential changes you'd like to discuss. Over to you.
Thank you. Anyone want to kick it off?
I will.
Yes, Councillor Greenfield.
Just want to ask a leading question. What is it like working with Mercury? Are they open to suggestions and talking? And does she say here that we're going to continue to work with Mercury? Is that?
I'll jump in then. We've got a very good working relationship with Mercury. We've got an open and transparent relationship. That's part of the why when they submitted on our rates differential, they were surprised at their process. So I would say very good.
That's excellent. Yeah, Julie, thank you, because that makes a huge difference with something like this.
Running through the answer. Councillor Campbell. Roundabouts.
How did you know? Well, I'll just pluck one out, number 85. I mean, I know there's at random, but I know there's more submissions on the general state of traffic flow around town. So it's not just one submission, I'm sure of that. So I want, at no cost to the ratepayer, I want a sum committed to addressing some of that town traffic issues around town, which absolutely would include 1 or 2 new roundabouts, and I believe it could be shaved off some of those existing numbers. Oh, about 85
roundabouts and
One submitter.
I'm backing that up. I know there's a lot more. The general issue is that of course, any opportunity, once the it's.
How is that not going to cost rate?
No, because I believe some of the line items from line year 1 onwards, if we could be done more economically. I'm suggesting a nominal sum of 300 grand for year one to start dealing to some of these things. And I believe it could be shaved off the current allocated budgets for someone's transport items in year one.
May I respond?
Yeah.
Councillor Campbell, I think that when we talk about roundabouts and different intersection treatments, we need to look at a model. We cannot look at isolation to each intersection since it needs to be running as a model, as a network. So that's definitely something that we've already have discussed, it is time to look at our model again. And our model is sitting with Stantec.
Oh, no, that's a bit, I disagree somewhat. That's a very high level approach looking down, but I can just about see a couple of spots which
Correct.
There's no doubt. Well, I'll put one out there actually. The one by Chemist Warehouse. I'm convinced that would be a cheap fix there, and I know there will be others.
The council, the Stantec actually modelled a roundabout there at the time when Bryson was doing the auctioneering, and the roundabout seemed proved to be at that stage, and I'm talking under correction because I wasn't part of the design, but the model proved that the roundabout is too close to the intersection lines, and especially the pedestrian crossing. So again, as I say, if we look at just that intersection specifically, if we would address that with an intervention just for what would ideally fit in those 4 areas between those curbs, roundabout seems amazing. When we look at the bigger network as it being a thoroughfare, or even not even going into the detail, basically what it comes down to is that the model takes in consideration how the entire network works. And I disagree in saying that the model is just high level, because the model actually goes down to each intersection treatment and how it flows through. So it's not a SIDRA model on just one intersection, it's a SIDRA on intersections with. If we had the money, an aim sum would be great, but no council of our size invests in an aim sum model.
No, without debating detail, that would be I firmly believe. I mean, you might disagree with it. You might come up with a different measure here and there. I firmly believe committing some sums of money to doing measures such as that, even if not there, other places, that's the spot I could.
I think we're way off track here.
Yeah, is he a councillor or a traffic engineer?
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Taylor. Oh, sorry. Councillor Shepherd.
So, one comment on that, because I'll just see agony. Can we go to item number 94, please? And first of all, I want to acknowledge the amazing work that Claire did in initially getting this one across the line with funding. And thanks to whoever it was within the policy team at NZTA in Wellington, who managed to stall it long enough for a change of government so it didn't get funded. And now we're back again. Can I please there's a backstory to this that some others around the table may not be aware of. This project was contingent on the Nukaho private plan change and an appeal to the Environment Court, which was suspended on the basis that this project go ahead. The money we would spend on this, we would have spent in court dealing with an appeal. That's the Reader's Digest backstory on this. My plea is that this project is fast-tracked and it is retained and actually gets some action taken on it. Sorry to be jumping into the weeds, but it's actually an important, not just road safety issue, but it's a reputational issue as well.
The clarification thing. Is that year one months?
Through the chair, it's year 1 to 4. So we've got 500,000 allocated for 4 years over each year.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Green State.
It's on the next page. 104. And I can't remember
quite where it came from, whether it was a submission or whether it was a public forum or what it was, but there have been representations from the Turangi school in Turangi about children crossing Turangi-Tongariro. Yeah. There's nothing there for children at all. And there's no safe space for children to cross anywhere because there are no crossings at all. So is that in, we've got funding specifically for school infrastructure and additional. I don't think they want a pedestrian crossing. They want, like you've got here in town, you know, when you go to, you go to, there's safety because those children are from, you know, 0 to the end of that school.
There's 139, the number.
1094.
139.
Don't tell us. Am I looking at the wrong one?
Oh, no, it's not, it's submission 139, page 13. I think that's the one you're referring to.
Oh, okay, anyway, I think they know what I'm talking about. Thanks, Duncan.
Yes, Councillor Shepherd.
I haven't come across it in here yet, but we did receive a submission from the Wairake residents about some improvements there. Which one?
117.
117.
What I've got my hand up for as well.
Oh, brilliant.
So,
but there's also some work inside the village as well. So, yeah.
So perhaps we can take those two together around school access and I think Councillor Green says perhaps just answer them.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'll respond to Councillor Greenslap. We undertake school travel plans each year. So we're actually working through the district in terms of each school. So eventually we'll get to all schools, hopefully. And from those school travel plans, we come up with recommendations and actions to actually encourage people to walk and cycle to school rather than drive, you know.
Yes.
So it's that change in behaviour and the change in mode where we can. So there's a line item in the LTP for the recommendations from those school travel plans. In terms of looking at school access at specific sites, we can definitely take the team can actually look at that as a separate item.
Yes, thank you. I did see the line item and I was aware of it at the time and I know that it was approved because that was one of the things we did actually talk about, but I just want to definitely put a flag up for Turangi school because they've got nothing and they do all walk and cycle, those children, pretty much, I would say, perfection, 100%. They do. Nobody gets taken in a car, I don't think. Yeah, thank you.
Under item 117, we became aware in regards to the footpath connecting Wairake village with the BP that there's actually an old path there. So I'm wondering, you know, should that come under operating expenses rather than capital expenses? That's part one. Part two is there's some funding there for a footpath for River Road, which the community has now decided after requesting it that they no longer want it. Could we keep that within the East Rural ward and look at the other pathway that Wairake is requesting and have that as the capital allocation of those funds to that and the pedestrian refuse that they're talking about when crossing 1 and 5 that might enable those projects to get over the line?
Through the chair, yes, we can definitely look at that in terms of funding. We will need to work with NZTO, of course, for the crossing points on the state highway, and I think there was some seal edge that needed to be looked at as well. So we can definitely raise that with NZTO. We have regular meetings with the team at NZTO for state highways. We've also got a project, I'm not sure which year, but there is a Wairake drive to the airport connection. So that was looking more at the cycle lanes on Wairake Drive to right through the airports formalised then, but we've also had a project in the long-term plan for looking at the connection across the steam bridge. So that could tie into the Wairake link to the BP as part of that project.
but we can definitely look at operational, trying to tidy up the.
That would be
path
great
really.
because the path was there. Yeah, it's interesting to discover. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Pete. Friday, any? Councillor Williamson?
Not really section 100. But to see the funding there in 26, 27, and some in 25, 26. Is that for you're still talking about possible roundabout? Obviously, the roundabout will be 26, 27. The improvements for pedestrian cyclists will be all done at the same time, or just some been done to improve that prior to that?
I'm not quite sure if that Claire and Zelda have got that in front of them. So can I just confirm that we're talking about the roundabout on Tauhara and AC Bar? Just to clarify that. Through the chair, yes, that will include improvements for walking and cycling, particularly we know there's a concern that Mountview Primary School have crossing from the school to the AC Fards and back. So we will be looking at improving their crossing point on the east side. On the east side.
I assume it will be done in conjunction with the roundabout, so yeah, over those 2 years.
So we'll be looking through the chair, we'll be looking at design in year 1 and then construction in year 2.
Design support, that's part of that, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other queries? There wasn't anything in Reaper Road, Brown Road. It was all good. Lucky Docks, are they still coming?
Yes. Through the chair, we're looking at having those in for Christmas.
Oh, great.
All going well, so yeah, watch out.
Yeah, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, two things just to rephrase my suggestion before, and I won't stick on roundabouts, but I'm suggesting, recommending a commitment to low cost, good value traffic flow improvements for the Taupo CBD could even be thought of as short-term fixes if necessary, but I believe there are definitely opportunity for that, and they don't need to be referred to a high level. It has been referred to a number of submissions. Traffic flow in general around Taupo is not that great. But we don't need to refer to these for that. And it doesn't need to be based on reference to high level, what you're saying, models. It can be simply based on observational studies, honestly. And that's all I can say about that.
Thank you.
Sorry. Just a question, actually. 102. Yeah, I'm just interested in this actually. Build a roundabout at Napier Lake Terrace. There is a project in the long-term plan, year 5, 6, something like that. Later on, it's not year 1 to 3 anyway. No, I'm interested because. Sorry. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'm interested. No, I'm interested because I know I've heard numbers of people complaining about it, but I mean, there's no crashes there. So if anything's going to happen there, it's a capacity. That's correct. It's a capacity question.
And if I through your chair, and if I can confirm about that one is, even though, correct me if I'm wrong, Claire, even though it's pushed out, there's a study in money in the first year or first year, that to address intersection safety. And so that might align with what you're saying about traffic flow. Napier intersection, for example, the biggest hazard there is how many pedestrian movements and how many different movements there are and the confusion around it. So that would be addressed, and it might be addressed in a different time as it comes through the prioritization of which intersections right now needs the most intervention. And just to emphasize also, we shouldn't, according to our safe system assessments and audits, we shouldn't be only relying on historical information where it's high crash areas. We should be more proactive about areas that isn't working necessarily well without somebody being injured before, and having that as the lead in to intersection interventions.
Well, so for that particular one, are you saying is it pedestrians? Is that a big driver for that particular, doing something there is pedestrians, helping pedestrians? Is that what
I
I'm
wouldn't
hearing?
say it's only, I wouldn't say the drivers, pedestrians. I would say that there's definitely a big mix of multimodal movements, and that it is a tricky intersection to move and navigate, especially on your right turning movement coming down Napier.
I hope that some of that information is going into the responses, because I think people would be really pleased to hear that that work's going on. Because it is a hot topic. Everyone loves roundabouts, don't they? So to know that this work is ongoing and starting in year 1. Is that year 2? No, the intersection safety
Section assessment,
Yeah.
safety review.
Yeah. Well, I think that would probably do well to go in some of these responses. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. Sorry, can I ask, is that just a study or actually building stuff?
Here it is actually a study.
Yeah, okay. You decided to do stuff, then it'll have to be. Year 1, year 2, something.
We'd have to look at it either through an annual plan process if we needed to do something immediately, or we'd have to put it through the next long-term plan as a program of works.
Yes, okay, so there's nothing in this year 1 anyway. No, you wouldn't be doing anything in year 1, right?
Councillor Locker.
Turangi? Is it Turangi?
Transportation, where we actually. Do you have anything you want to highlight clear? Pretty straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very.
Maybe is there anything further on transportation?
One comment from me then. Just want to acknowledge the team and the work that they're doing, given the tight financial constraints we got, given the item we signed off the other day around NZTA funding the shortfalls. So express my appreciation for the work they're doing and what is a robust and comprehensive works program going forward. So thank you.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
Well said, Deputy.
So green slide.
We had a very strong submission in Turangi about improvements along Herring Road. I don't think that there's any possibility in this long-term plan for footpath, but because of the berm down there, do council actually just sort of, can you go along and just like clear a way so that children can walk along there? So not a concreted footpath, but an actual, just a path, like a dedicated path like you would have, you know, in bush or something, for children to actually walk or bike along there. It is a dangerous road. We have reduced the speed limit there, but because the issue is compliance, it's a lovely straight road, there's nobody else around, I'll just have a wee go, and off we go, and next thing we're up to 120, and it's just, it's a fact, isn't it? A fact of life. But yeah, is there a possibility for us to do something which would be low cost and actually help the community?
Yeah, through the chair, we saw that submission come through, and unfortunately we didn't have any funding in the long-term plan specifically for that footpath. We normally don't put footpaths on rural roads for that length of section for 10 to 12 children, but we can definitely look at some low-cost or other options along there through our maintenance contract or through some other funding.
Well, Amy said 10 to 12 children. I don't know how many children there are down there, but there's a lot of houses down there, and it's definitely part of the town. Yeah, thank you very much for that. That's a great response. Be really good to do something that we can help. Yeah, thank you.
That's the end of the feedback on transport. We do have Elijah here. And obviously on the same sort of topic, we got a lot of feedback on the Waikato River crossing. Wasn't something we specifically sought feedback from the community on. Because at this point in time, it's a financial placeholder rather than detailed designs and plans, which will come back through in the next long-term plan. But if there's any discussion to be had for those
Which page, sorry?
financial placeholders are adopted, now would be a good time.
Page number.
Page number
21.
21.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Same as last time, it's fine for that, fine.
So again, this is one you've discussed and debated at length.
Yeah.
It's only if there's any specific changes that you thought have come about through submissions. There's a mixture of support and a bit of opposition. Anything specific to discuss, or can we let these guys go?
Oh, well, to the chair. I mean, I put a notice of motion to be workshopped, so there is things going to be discussed. But if we're going to, so that's going to happen anyway, I suppose. So, but if you're talking about the responses, I suppose this is the one other thing I wanted to discuss, which is in one of this number 72. I mean, it's one response to one submitter. But I'll talk about it since it's there. Yeah. The third paragraph, I'm not convinced that we can't do the bridge with a third lane and it wouldn't actually enable a solution. I mean, that's part of that's
not part of this discussion.
Oh, well, I mean, it's yes. Oh, no. Well, we'll take out this paragraph. I mean, that's one of the things I wanted to discuss, actually. We'll
Workshops are not decision-making process as well.
No, look, I'm not going to make a big fuss about it because we are going to be discussing it. I'm just bringing it up.
That's for a workshop.
Bringing it up, and I identified something on.
So to confirm, at this point for the long-term plan, we're putting in a financial placeholder for the project, and there's a lot of work to be done in design options and a process for that.
No, I'll stick on it.
Councillor Greenslade?
Can I ask a question to which I do not know the answer? Is there
That's usually why you ask.
I don't know the answer. Bus service like from that part of Taupo? Bus service like? Typical bus service from out there. Taupo people seem to be very attached to their cars, and I think in the interest of looking after the people in that district who do seem to lose their cars. Sorry?
We shouldn't be holding up today.
Submission number, Sandra.
Number 64, the congestion on your bridge. And we did have some people come and submit to us about that and talk to us about that. I mean, it does actually impact all these people across the district because we're talking about a huge amount of money here. That is.
So, Your Worship, I can jump in here. We're off topic, and it's tangential to this. It's not in Elijah's lane, side lane, excuse me. It's actually the transportation team, but I can give you feedback from the Regional Transport Committee. The growth in patronage in the Taupo bus service is the highest in the Waikato region, percentage-wise. No, around town, the connected service. So, and that's despite the fact when you see the buses, no one on it, but the growth is one of the largest in the region.
The reason I ask that question is because each one of these submissions talk about congestion, and of course, congestion is all about easing traffic flow and not necessarily pushing in.
What else? Well, but just on that, I mean, is there a short answer? I mean, the bus does go across the bridge, does it? It does go over there. There is a service. I mean, I wasn't actually 100% sure myself.
Nice.
Just the chair.
Yeah, I think the bus services, I think that wouldn't deal with the growth. That's involved. Essentially,
Let's go across the bridge. It's gonna be a joke.
We have to put a lot of buses on, I think, to begin about this.
But through the chair, if I may, as councillor quite rightly said, he put a note of motion. I assisted him at some length to get this across the line at Tuesday's meeting. He has got his wish for a workshop that will be later in the year. Debating this now is what could and should be done at the workshop. And this was things we're thinking about in the long-term plan. So we've got a long day ahead of us. Can I suggest we just move on?
Any questions concerning the submissions, please?
Just through the chair, I just think it would be nice to remind Councillor Campbell, he doesn't want to predetermine himself either, because he'll take himself out of conversation, decision making, possibly later on around projects.
Any questions concerning the submissions, please, the transportation team, budget. Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
It's Steve.
No comment.
What's next?
We're now going to cover, there was feedback generally, and this is in the same context as the bridge. We go out specifically with feedback, but it was a key topic of feedback, and that's the Turangi Town Centre improvements and the Turangi Recreation Centre plan that's in the long-term plan. Page 16.
Rightio, Turangi.
Page 18, sorry. You know what was in the plan and what we consulted on. And there's your opportunity to discuss if you'd like to discuss any amendment to that.
That's a shit.
Is the spatial plan restricted to just the CBD, or are we doing a bigger plan, like a structure plan that we've previously done for Kinloch? The bigger, yeah. I'd like to see that mentioned in the response, if that's all right, as if the others agree. Why not?
And do we do that in the house, right?
Yeah, it'll be driven by an in-house team. There will be probably some requirement to go out of house for some expertise. So, for example, one of the biggest problems facing the town centre in Turangi is economic viability. So we'll want to bring in some economic expertise to help us with that. But by and large, it'll be driven in-house by the team.
And just one other comment, I assume that we'll try and engage as many landlords as possible, despite the fact they don't live there. Maybe noting that so that we can give a nod to the fact that we're going to try and do something there would be good too.
Just following up on Rachel's point about number 59, it does explain that the plan is a bit more broader. Is the
number 59.
Yeah,
not one stop properly.
Your better, which would be.
While they're picking up where they're at, how's that bird issue going?
Can you put your speaker on, please? Sorry.
Apologise, we should just say while we're waiting, at least the birds that were like nesting at the top there and. Inappropriate question, but it was.
That glass.
Yeah, the one that are pictures in the glass.
We'll follow up with Scott and see if we find an answer about birds.
Nature.
Okay, Turangi, we're happy with the spatial plan. Let's go ahead, let's get it done. Gonna be a bit of, thing there before with. Turangi up here. We've got to make put some lines in the sand. But some decisions on it. Councillor Campbell?
Oh, yes, through the chair, while I think of it, I mean, and it's probably not covered in this, I don't know if there's any submissions over it, because I didn't look out for it, but the notion brought to us several months ago by Sandra about the health centre thing.
There's no submissions on it.
Nice, well, I don't 100% know, there's no submissions on it.
Have you not read them?
No, I didn't pay particular attention to Turangi.
Just go.
Sorry, but I didn't notice any, but I know it was, I thought it was that would have been a worthwhile thing to do, and that would be an investment in Turangi.
The building is not owned by council, so that becomes an issue, and I have it in plan.
Oh, okay.
We can't wait to
Through the
hear.
chair, and with respect, the rest of us have read the submissions and the documents, and this is not part of it, so I don't see the point.
What's the next submission?
While I've got the floor, can I just comment on the number of people that submitted and want to thank them very
that's
much for that. One of the things that's really been fantastic has been the investment in terms of submissions, time, effort and energy. And when you see the number of submissions and also looked at the lovely Rangatahi Hub who came and submitted to us at Te Matapuna on Tuesday, I'm really heartened by that. The community has really got involved or on board. And I hope that when we do the spatial plan, that we can all feel that at least we've had a say in it and we get something positive out of it. Everyone's agreed that something done. There's no argument there. And so it's now just what has to be done. And there's been lots of submissions over the years to various plans, and I'm sure Councillor Fletcher has been involved in the same as I have. But I think we just need to draw the line in the sand now. This is the last one we're going to do, and this is the decisions that will be made, and we will do something.
Right. Thank you very much. Get that underway, Nick, please, when you can. Steve, anything to add?
To the chair, sir. I mean, it's just a submission 59, Ngāti Turangi Tukua. I mean, it sounds on the face of it not too encouraging. That does not support investment of ratepayer funds into revitalisation of the town's centre. Is that doesn't sound very positive, but I mean, is there something more to that than
59, page
59.
Page 19.
I'm just saying it doesn't sound very positive, but there's more to it than just that.
Everybody's having their say. That's what's important.
No,
That's part of the process, and that's great. They're talking about it.
They've given some key recommendations that be with a wider town, which is what we're doing. So they're doing what they're sort of saying. They're just sharing their frustrations that this is like that. In their mind, the third go at trying to sort out the town. And there's a whole lot of reasons why it's pretty hard to do that. So, key one is that we are doing what they're asking, which is having the whole township spatial plan.
Okay, if that brings the matter to a close, we'll move to wastewater, page 46. Tony's in the hot seat.
I don't think should be wasted water.
I agree.
On page 46, I just want to highlight from that. You want to highlight? There is one particular change where officers do recommend a change, and that's around connecting the public toilets and the botanical reserve. This was a project that we had in the last long-term plan. We had a commitment with the Botanical Society to do this. We worked through it over a number of years. We had issues finding out the ownership of the land and who would be responsible for paying rates. We've since resolved those. Turns out we own the land and we'll be responsible for the rates. But given we've finally resolved that, and Mike's actually done an extraordinary amount of work trying to get to the bottom of this. He's comfortable now that the project could go ahead. 250K was the original budget estimate. It's not currently in the long-term plan. It was dropped at the last annual plan until this issue was resolved. So that would have to be included if you agree with the recommendation there.
Separately.
Oh, sorry, that's right. I was gonna say, now that you got to the bottom of the toilet and the fact that it was in the last long-term plan,
Yes.
if we approve this, which I'm gonna suggest we do, can we just ensure that it actually gets done? So that we're not sitting in 3 years' time going, well, we had this in last long-term plan. So I think the important issue here is we do this.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Taylor. I was going to mention a similar point. This has come up time and time again over the years, and you know, it's a really special area of the district, and we need to ensure that we're doing the best that we can for them.
Mr. Campbell?
Oh, yes, to just clarify, well, it's a septic tank right now.
Correct.
And that's not good enough? Why do we need to? No, I mean, what's the problem with it now? I don't know.
My understanding, I haven't got all the detail ready to hand, but I know there's been ongoing issues with the septic tank and leakage and such things. And generally, we prefer things to be connected up to the network in towns because it's an urban area. So it's actually long-term better to be connected.
This is the,
And also council must fund all the maintenance and operation of the septic tank anyway. So
this is the toilet in the middle of the botanical. I think
that's right.
I know. Yeah, no, I mean, yes, no.
Pretty well used. We service it now anyway.
Do everything now.
So why can't sort of better septic tank and because I can't imagine it's used.
Through the chair, I mean, this one's been going on for quite some time, number of years now, and certainly been worked. Mike has done a lot of work working with those stakeholders, and this looks like best long-term solution.
Councillor Williamson.
Williamson.
Patron of the Waipi Mechanical Complex. You patron or?
So you guys have Tony's comments regarding my Fidelio, because I was on the board management for years as well, about 9 years, so working towards just getting us the satisfaction quickly. So thank you.
Does that matter? You wish it? Sorry.
Hey, no, it makes sense to definitely come from septic now that, so do we actually own that land?
I believe just the toilet area.
Oh, just, so it's a separate.
And there's a reservoir.
That's my understanding.
I know Mike has gone through the chair, but Mike's gone through a lot of work, working with our property and facilities team around who's doing what, where and how. So I believe we've got some solutions there.
Yeah. And to answer Danny's question about a specific resolution, we will draft a resolution that officers advised direction to make these changes to the draft long-term plan. So if you agree with that, that'll be one along the list of the other things you've also discussed today.
So I believe it's actually related to the first report on your agenda. These resolutions are included in there. We'll capture that in that decision.
That's the Taylor. Well, just we're making a lot of decisions and a lot of these things have the budget line items with it. I'm wondering if at lunchtime we can have a bit of a running tally as to the consequences of decisions we've made, so we don't get to the end of the day and go, oh dear. I'd rather have an oh dear moment that day and then step back from it and do all this and then have staff under the pump because of decisions we've made and want to step back from.
Say, for example, that 250K, was that in the last plan?
So it would be an addition. Staff advised they'll be able to give an update every day. But our members are sitting based on decision today, so they're all bunch of good.
Thank you. Councillor Greenslade.
182 Omori Kurutau Pukawa. So this submission from the Pukawa Wildlife Management Trust, more so perhaps than the other one, because they offer to support council in that work that is going to be done in the 26-27 year. Are you going to take them up and working with them in that? Do we know, Tony?
Look, we haven't got to that point yet, but certainly we know there's multiple stakeholders involved with the Kyle Pond.
Yeah.
And I said the word pond loosely. But yeah, certainly lots of stakeholders, so we will be working alongside them.
When you say remediation, are you gonna fill it in? What does remediation actually mean?
I can't answer that question.
You can't answer that question, because it's a big old space, isn't it?
It's a significant project.
Yeah. It
And
is.
there's issues with obviously what's in there, how long it's been there, so we've got quite a bit of work to do in that space.
And these, 640, I mean, yeah, okay. So those local people are pretty good to work with, aren't they?
Yes, they are, and they're obviously highly passionate, which is good.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, you just on that point, back to 171 about the septic, the technical society thing. I mean, it's a line item, and it's just roughly the same amount of money I was trying to throw in Taupo Town.
We're just getting ridiculous.
No.
Yes.
Excuse me, point of order, please. This is not. I'm just requesting.
Well, nobody's suggesting why should we spend the money when we don't really have to, but.
No, he
we
wants to
have
spend
made
it
a
on the
commitment
slush
previously.
Slush fund, because.
Yes.
No, I'm not. That was a reference. No, the question is, before I would be happy just signing off on that number, I'd like to know I know that sounds like the best solution. I mean, I don't dispute that. No, I'd just like to understand better the consequence of not doing that and doing replacing the septic tank. That would obviously be cheaper.
Other councils have any appetite to install this project?
The slush fund,
On
no.
the previous long-term plan?
Are you talking about the slush fund or the?
No, 250.
No, I'm just.
I think Councillor Campbell's got a fair question. Do we actually need to spend this? Do we need to spend this money or not? What's the consequences of not doing that?
Or doing a cheap fix. That's cheaper fix. That's all I'm asking.
I know you weren't probably around when it was first approved.
Okay, through the chair, I mean, this one's been in the long-term plan before. It's not been completed, so I guess there's a decision around the table whether we want us to connect it up to the existing reticulation or leave it as is. Obviously, if you leave it as is, there'll be ongoing issues, as it would be with any septic tank, but that's not my decision. We're just putting a recommendation in front of you that we can connect it. We've done some work with stakeholders. That's the cost that's there.
So is everyone happy with connecting it up?
Yes.
Oh, well, Chair, I suppose I wasn't asking for a yes or no answer. I was asking, is there a quick fix cheaper than that? Not leaving it as is and not connecting it up. But
if we're going to say yes,
is there a middle option? Is there a middle ground option that still achieves a benefit that doesn't cost so much? I mean,
Well, look, there's two options. You leave it in and you maintain it, or you connect it up.
Just like to connect.
I can't give you what that costs here because I don't have it in front of me what it is to continue to patch it up, maintain it, whatever that might look like.
Also, there's no middle ground option really. So I'm just a genuine question. I don't know. I don't know about much about septic tanks.
Moving on. Sorry, Councillor Campbell. Moving on. Councillors want to do it. Let's do it. Long-term plan being done previously. Let's go. Next.
There's one from us, and that's number 174.
Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions on this for the chair, or I can give a bit of background.
So this is fixing the odor, isn't it?
Obviously, just for the chair, that's obviously we're talking there about capital.
Everyone happy with, and that will eliminate the smell completely?
It's a wastewater treatment plant, Your Worship, and we will always have issues there. Certainly over the last summer, we've experienced some more than regular complaints, and we do have to report those complaints to Waikato Regional Council. And we do encourage people to contact us. And Mike Cordell has been working closely with those residents on the other side of the hour. And certainly we know that there have been some issues there, and we've been able to take some of the locals through the plant recently as part of our consultation tours. And you believe, it's surprising how much interest people want to walk around a wastewater treatment plant. So it's been very well received, so people can see firsthand where it comes in, where it's filtered, as it goes through the screens and as it goes through the primary settling tank. We know we've got some issues at that plant with odour. There's been an increase in some of that. There's been some changes we need to make operationally. Mike is suggesting here some works to actually further minimise some of those odour complaints.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick question. Roughly how many residents are affected by the odours?
So we've had feedback from, I would say, probably half a dozen on the other side of the river there. And of course, some people might notice it at certain times of the day when they're there. Some are obviously could be more sensitive to some of those odours as well. But there's those properties that are more in that lower side of the Rangatira Park area. I haven't got the names in front of me, sorry, Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Campbell and then Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I talked to a couple of them. I turned up for one of those tours. It was cancelled, but I ended up chatting to it. So I gather it's more people affected. But I'm interested though. So this has been an ongoing thing for some time, but we're just throwing it in now based on submissions. Is that? It sounded like, yeah. Is that what we're doing?
Someone's been on the go.
Sorry, I'm just formulating a response from the chair. We've had a more service request in relation to odour issues over the last 12 months. So we're responding to those. We're also looking at our plant. We know we've got higher flows coming into our plant now. We've already got a project in there to expand the primary settling tank. So we are responding to changes in our reticulation and inflows coming in. So we've already got capital works currently. We've also got some changes with our solid waste movements on that plant. So we know that some of the practices operationally has caused some of those odour issues. So I don't believe we've not been inundated over the last 5 years with multiple calls. We are responding to some of those, and we've got some suggestions in here of what we could do.
Oh no, yeah. The question was, I'm not criticising. I'm just trying to understand. Well, it's a late addition. It wasn't in there, slotted in. We're going to do this anyway.
That's right through the chair. I mean, we've already got a couple of projects already planned. Yeah. This is a response to some of those submissions to go, hey, we could do these works as well as.
Oh, okay. But in talking to these people, they had the impression it was, that there was going to be a lot of planting done, and that was good. A lot of planting along the riverfront there. That was going to help the odours somehow. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounded odd to me, but they seemed to have the impression that was something which was said was going to be done and had been done. And
Dennis, we've done an extension. There was some planting done along the river. The intention to mitigate the odour complaints. Certainly, last 15 years has been isolated complaints. Those being close. Mr. Taylor and then Councillor Fletcher.
Question: are we in breach of our resource consent with what is occurring down there now?
Great minds think alike.
Through the chair, no, I mean, one of our resource consent conditions is to report we get odour complaints. And one of the key things we work at regional councils that they want to know what our improvement plans around that. So I don't believe we're in breach.
So my response to that would be, given the number of people who've submitted, and there's 2, and we're talking $1.5 million budget item, and we've got some works in train, and we're mitigating, and we're not in breach of our resource consent. I'm struggling in this climate to approve another $1.5 million over the first 2 years
of the long-term plan. So I would be opposed to it.
Through the chair, absolutely identify with Councillor comments. Thank you. Does it actually go to actually mitigate, completely eliminate, or probably going to go away with those residents? I mean, without prejudice, I live over there and I've never actually noticed it.
Cool, okay.
Are you going to talk?
Well, I'm just asking, through the chair, I'm asking whether council wish to push it out, because there's obviously improvement projects that council continues to need to do for its facilities. Looking at Tony as I'm talking on the fly and saying perhaps it would be a solution to.
Yeah, I agree.
Push it out, yes, but not in the first.
Yeah, for the chair, we've got works already in train. We know that there's some areas where we can make improvements on. We know of those. So I'm happy with it being.
So it's not like we're doing nothing. So this is.
So the chair. So I suppose I'll go back to my similar decision. Is there any good value, cheap works we could do which may make a difference? You know, rather than spend all of that or nothing, is there a half pie thing that we might be able to do?
Half pie.
Half pie as
Bingo.
It'll make a difference, but won't cost nearly as much as that. Is there anything?
I think we've already got some measures in place where we see some of those operational improvements, and I'm comfortable that the team have got that in hand.
And just going anecdotally, or talking to these people who do live across the river, they seem to have the impression that, interestingly, and they pointed to the houses which were most affected, and they seem to be the ones higher up than lower down. So they couldn't sit out on their deck on a summer's day when it was happening.
That's not true. That's not.
Oh no. Well, that's what they told me anyway.
Let us ask you a question.
Okay, as people have been just arranging to delay this.
Yeah, we've got a question pertinent to that, if I can ask it.
Thanks to the regional council, what have you, so.
Are you happy that pushing it out is a safe option operationally?
Through the chair, yes, I am, and certainly we've got quite a good rapport now with the residents on the other side, so we'll keep them fully informed of what our plans are, and that's something that Mike's been actively doing.
Okay, good. So I missed the time frame of these works anticipated through when not this works, but the works in the future. When was that?
It's already in train.
Happening right now. Oh, so but this is extra on top of that. Oh well. So hold on. Yeah, yes. So this would do an even better job. That's what you're saying about it, right? Okay.
That's what we've been discussing for the last 15 minutes. Respectfully.
Okay. All right, delay that one, please, Tony. Dennis.
Do we have a year that we're pushing this out to, please?
5 years.
Sorry, perhaps Tony used to beginning 2, 3, but.
Sorry, through chair, I'm having a difficulty just hearing conversations around.
No, that's right, Tony. Just a suggestion. What year? 27.
I would say, yep, I suggest we revisit this when we come around to the next round of LTP.
Yeah, happy with that.
And just to add through the chair, the question around our consent, there are some requirements around complaints and odour complaints, and there can be a non-compliance that can exist with odour complaints. So just to set that record straight.
All right, what's next?
Is there anything else from elected members on wastewater issues? Resolutions? The next one would then be water, which is on page 51.
Thank you.
Same thing again, you know what's in the plan and what we're planning, our service levels and our improvement plans. This is to respond to any changes you'd like to discuss as a result of submissions.
So that hours going for water treatment station. Work with a quick sheet.
Oh, yeah. Getting there.
Right, councillor Campbell.
I recommend item 186, take out the additional fluoridation for additional water treatment plants. Just take it out of the long-term plan. There is no directive for us to do that, and but it is line item. Additional fluoridation of additional water supplies is a line item in the LTP. As there is no directive for us to do it, there's a movement out there to certainly take away what we're doing, let alone add on, do more of it where we don't actually need to. So it's not a great amount of money. It's not going to affect rates a heck of a lot because it's a few years out. But I suggest take it out of long-term plan altogether as at least the measure of trade.
As well help.
What do you want to say here?
For fluoride, there's a line item in the LTP for it was anticipating what might happen in the future. I know that's what it's about, but things have changed since then, and the directives are not going to, certainly not within this LTP. There's no foreseeable directive to start fluoridating any additional water treatment plants.
We've got placeholders in the long-term plan. They're pretty pushed out. I can't tell you exactly what year they are, but there'll be another LTP process to go through before any of those capital projects. It's purely a placeholder, as Councillor Campbell indicates.
That's year 29-30. There's an amount in there in provision for the cost, should it be required. Our plan.
Councillor Park.
And just through the chair, would it not be in good faith that we leave the placeholders in there for future councils, considering we don't know what the legislation might be, and if we and to keep in line with the legislated requirement to have a 30-year infrastructure strategy, it would be short-sighted to remove those placeholders. It was a question.
Taylor. I agree with Councillor Park. I acknowledge that there are passionate views on this, and we have only heard submissions from those who are passionately opposed to this. Contrary to what we've been told, there is an equal body of scientific evidence on the other side of the argument, and I'm not a scientist in a position to value the merits for and against. And there is the option, given this is late in this long-term plan, and there will be at least one more, potentially two more rounds of what we're doing right now before any decision is made. My suggestion is we leave it till then. There is the potential, should it become a major contentious issue with more than a minority within town, that we could always put it out for consultation and seek the community's views specifically on this issue, which we've not done. And we're not compelled to do anything yet, and we're not actually going to do anything for some time. Yeah. So I actually don't see it as a major issue right now.
I think it's
Yeah, the council carry out a referendum, didn't they, a few years ago? It's already a different result. It's not for everyone to hear that.
I think we're missing a key point. It's actually not within our jurisdiction to make the decision. Health makes it, and they instruct us, and the government decide whether it takes action against us for not implementing it. It is not our decision to put it in or not put it in or take it out. The government will instruct us, and at the moment health has responsibility for it, and it tells you to put it in. The government's saying currently they don't care whether we do or we don't, because it's a new government. So we should just leave it and leave it as a placeholder for the future, because you don't know what's going to happen.
Precisely my point.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Through the chair. Yeah. No, I mean, I disagree, but certainly I think if we're talking about the current government we have now, so they are not directing us to do anything.
said that.
Yes, I'm saying, so I am stating as a measure of good faith. And if we would go down that path of doing it so directed, it would be something we'd be expected to consult on.
No,
anyway.
it is not. No, it is not. If the health department have got the right to say, put it in, you can't consult on it. It's there, it's been given to them to make the decision. And I don't want to keep talking about it with you, Duncan. Go and check on it yourself.
Take a vote on this.
No, absolutely not.
Let's do it on a vote on placeholders.
Legislation, it's not our
We
role.
decided to continue with what.
Yeah, the vote is just simply to take the line item.
There
out
is
now.
no vote.
That's
You can do a show of hands, but
Yes.
on
Who
placeholders.
supports councillor Campbell?
I do.
Excuse me. Does anyone agree with Duncan?
No.
Okay, we move on. Right. Thank you. Sorry, councillor Greenslade.
Item 201, 90 Turangi took with 6 relocation of Turangi still away from the stream. I know that that's an ongoing issue in a sense of concern and hurt to the people, because the stream did used to be lovely. The question I'm asking you though is, in the stormwater drains around Turangi, do we still put the trout sign on the drains to indicate that this water is going into streams and lakes?
I'm just through the chair. I'm assuming we still put the fish on the catchments.
Certainly the contractor has a load of aluminium fish signals, and they are continuing to be put on cesspits where they are needed. If you've got one that hasn't got one, please identify that and I'll make it happen for you.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg, because actually people do take notice that, and it's just that reminder that this water is going into our lake. Thank you.
Any other final feedback on water or stormwater?
Through the chair, and I can't find the submission, but I'll just repeat what I've said before. I don't know, I'm not sure. In terms of the water standards projects, I mean, I've said this before, but I would have liked to see, and this is why I requested independent report anyway, but either way, I would have liked to see because some of these water standards improvements projects, okay, the intention is to improve water standards of the water supplies, but I'm personally not convinced that it's great value for money, some of those projects we're doing. And yes, there would be some of them would be a non-compliance issue if we don't do some of them. But the potential adverse consequences of non-compliance, I'm not convinced outweighs the actual benefits to ratepayers we're getting.
I don't think it's appropriate to ask our staff for us to act on.
Well, through the chair, I mean, we're talking about non-compliance with some water standards.
Let's call it what it is.
No one's going to go to jail.
Still acting unlawfully.
I overstay on a parking meter, I'm acting unlawfully too, and I get a ticket.
Councillor Taylor and then Councillor Fletcher. So this is a completely separate issue to the water thing. What we're talking about is the thin edge of anarchy. And I wonder whether or not we're in a position to pick and choose which laws and which rules we're going to abide by, and who is going to decide which rules we abide by and which we say, actually, it doesn't apply to me. It's not a question of complying based on the consequence. It's a question of complying because we're the governance body for this district, and we have a legislative and moral obligation to do what the law says, irrespective of whether one person thinks we should or not. And I'm sorry, but you're wrong.
Councillor Fletcher.
So I'd like to move on, if that's okay, to the removal of the old asbestos cement pipes from Takane. That's 187. I actually have a question in around this. Obviously, there's, as mentioned in the report, there's hundreds of kilometres of pipes around the district that obviously have asbestos in them. And at this stage, the best thing to do is leave them in the ground undisturbed. But because we're talking about hundreds of kilometres, I suppose, of this piping system, there's been concern from various community members around leaving it in there, and the long-term effects on the environment, probably not necessarily the next 10 years, but potentially what would look like for generations to come. Has there been any research or any findings on the long-term effects? I doubt there won't be much data in and around that.
Through the chair, I acknowledge the concerns have been raised by Turangi-Tongariro and Taupo-Kaingaroa. So we're aware of those, and we have responded to some of their concerns. Long-term research, we tend to work with some of our really experienced consultants, like WSP and people who do a lot of pipe analysis and longevity testing and such things. So I'm not aware of anything that has gone to that level of detail as to what happens in 100 years, 200 years. I haven't got anything that I can refer to in that respect. And certainly that's, I think we're going to be doing a little bit more research and follow up in that space, so we can be really assured when we do say, hey, we're following best practice, and here's some other data and information that we've established. So I think we've got a bit of work to do in that space.
Councillor Trewavas?
Yeah, so sorry, it's not listed on under the water, but I just wondered whether we could have a one-line reply to the Mangakino-Pouakani rep group in regards to the Turahanga water, that that there's a commitment from staff to meet to, and it's happening now. So that's just ongoing dialogue and engagement with them regarding the water.
That's all come together.
Yeah, Waihaha as well.
Yeah, through the chair, I know that we've attended some recent huis, and I understand that some of our water team have committed to meeting more regularly and providing updates, whether it be on the daily operations of that site as well as some of our capital projects that we've got planned. So yeah, I hear that.
Questions? Any further questions regarding submissions on water? Thank you.
Well, just to wrap up that really, my personal belief is rather than just compliance with everything that gets thrown at us, I actually believe it's a great responsibility is to ratepayers and spending their money wisely. I mean, that's what I believe.
So, Shepherd?
I swore an oath when I took this position that I would lawfully abide by relevant legislation, and I would have a hard time going against that. Just through the chair.
So sorry, again, I'll state it, you are completely wrong. You are advocating breaking the law. That is not in the interests of any ratepayers, anybody that we support, or anybody that we advocate for. It's just simply out of line. You are completely 100% wrong, and it's mischievous of you to even suggest that you are advocating on behalf of ratepayers. You're not, you're out of line. Back.
Yeah, I'm just on the back of Councillor Shepherd's comment, which I've just spoken to the CE about. Councillor Campbell also swore an oath of allegiance to be guided by the laws of this country, and he actually put a signature to it. So I would remind him that he is contracted to do his job to the utmost best of his ability and abiding by the laws of this country.
Anything else on water? Councillor Leonard?
Yeah, just under 199, which is page 56. The stormwater has been brought up a number of times by the River Road community and their drainage, and states there that the council's unaware of any issues in the area. I would suggest would elicit a very interesting response from the community.
Yeah, through the chair, noted, Councillor Leonard.
Excuse me, I just had to duck out to another meeting. I'll be in the back room.
All right. Nothing else on water? Annie? You happy?
Well, through the chair.
Is it relevant to the submission?
Well, I believe it is.
I
Well, it's responding to.
Doesn't need a.
I don't want a response.
No, I've heard. I'm not going to get heated about it. I just want to.
Everyone else is, no.
Yes, they are, aren't they? I've noticed that. But look, can I just point out? Look, if any of you had read my I meant to say this at some point. I thought this is a nice segue to it anyway. Look, if you had read my Carrero, the cancelled Carrero, which I put through a couple of weeks ago. Well, look, please,
There appears to be a lot of.
I'm getting that, but
Not change the subject line, just call it what's here.
It's not in this.
What's next, David?
well, I'll go on.
Parks and reserves would be the next.
Parks and reserves.
We love parks and reserves.
Should we do that now before lunch?
Page number 58.
58?
58.
Right.
With the big question.
Answer.
Who's up here, Jim? Greg?
Morning, councillors. So I've been asked to comment on what is a possible bird problem in Turangi, I think in the CBD, and that probably goes back to when the tarapuka, the black-billed gulls, were nesting down there. Now those gulls are the most endangered gulls in the world. And they are a Tonga species. They've got two nesting sites in the North Island. One is around Lake Taupō and the other is Sulphur Point in Rotorua. They are declining nationally. And I guess the reason why it became a problem in Turangi. So initially dock tracks where they're going to nest, and they were out at the Motoapa Marina initially. Unfortunately, the nesting boxes that Doc cited were on trust land without permission of owners, so they were asked to remove them. The tarapuka then shifted to the other marina, and then from there, where they got scared away from, they moved to the rooftops in the Turangi town centre. And given the choice between flying a long way to go and look for a fish or flying a short way and getting a chip, they chose to hang around the town centre. So unfortunately, because they are protected, once they begin nesting, you can't disturb them. You can scare them away when they first start, but you can't. It's against the Conservation Act and number of Wildlife Act, I think, to move them. So they became a problem, and I think it's following up with Doc again and saying, look, can we early come up with a site that everybody agrees to where we can kind of hopefully attract them to, and then they're not a problem in the town centre.
My understanding, Worship, was that once they had finished nesting, there was an opportunity to try to help move them on. Are they still nesting?
No, they've gone.
Yeah, they've gone. They have moved on, I believe. I've seen.
So are we able to put in bird protection stuff now so they don't come back to the town? That's what I thought we were doing. I was just curious if it had been done.
Just make a comment. I've sat and watched them for quite some time. There are two issues down there. One issue is that they've got good access to the food from the roast shop and the other shops in town, and I think people have fed them. The other issue is that where we've got the roof over the town centre, along the edge is quite wide guttering, which is full of water, and they like it. They bath in it and they drink it. So they're nesting up there next to the water. I mean, I'm not a dock expert, but if we covered the water and they couldn't get access to the water, that might be a way, because we're coming up to spring. So there's going to be starting and building of nests. I think that's where the life cycle works.
This is my question.
And
Is the bird remitting stuff being
But Doc does need, it is Doc, isn't it? They really need to get onto it. I mean, it's August. If we're going to move somewhere else, now's the time.
So I guess technically we didn't, other than being involved in terms of discussions, we didn't get involved in solutions because issues with birds on roofs is a building owner's problem.
Is that us?
Moving them on.
Well, they're on our roof.
They went on our roof. So
Use our waterway though.
very hard to, but they went, I guess they went on our roof. And so when I got involved in it, Doc were like, no, they're on a private building and this is what you can and can't do. And so I think the best remedy is to attract, that was not their first choice of where to nest. They were scared away from their first choice. If we can figure out a solution, the first where they started to nest was out by Taupō Marine.
Oh yes, no, I knew that they were.
So if we can come up with a solution out there with landowners and so forth, I think, or Doc can, then that's probably the best solution. That's where they want to be.
Are we talking to Doc? Are we?
Yep.
Do I?
And I can follow it.
Talk to Doc.
Okay.
It's definitely an issue. It's definitely an issue. You can't go near the town centre or really around here. It was awful.
It's the first time I'd ever seen that.
No, that was the first time that was been there, but it was. Yeah.
Right, what else, parks and reserves, Julie?
Are there any matters you'd like to raise from submissions where you'd like to discuss changes?
The yellow line, which says we need a council decision,
Was there anything on the 2 Mile Bay CFO?
I'll just quickly touch on that. There's a copy and paste error, I'm afraid. That one relates specifically to white Taupō, which we'll cover in the community funding area. Greening Taupō already go through the process where they get their funding through the community grant application process. So that's not relevant here. So
Actually, just on the
Shepherd.
greening Taupō submission, I had reason to catch up with Rachel Thompson actually, and they did say there was a bit of a gap in how we do things in the sense that they plant, but the weeding and keeping the blackberry and the gorse down is sort of a bit missed, and so that can quickly overtake the plants that they've planted. Has that been considered at our end, or do we need to work a bit more with greening Taupō to perhaps help out with that as well?
Yeah, our team's in a really bad space with managing revegetation sites. We've got one person.
Yeah.
And then we rely on our reserve rangers who are once they're off mowers maybe to help out with a little bit of that. But we're looking for these. That's also the time of the year where we say go and take a decent holiday, and so we're always kind of looking for those little windows. The more we plant, and council are planting a lot as well in the stormwater gullies and things, and the more we plant, the more maintenance that we incur for it. So
I completely understand that. I guess I'm just wondering how we can solve the problem. We might have to do a little bit of extra work with greening Taupō to see if they can have, instead of just planting days, maybe weeding days as well.
So one of the things we discussed with them was again, we're often involved in prepping sites. And again, that doesn't always work for us to give them a number of team members to go and bore all the holes or spray and all of that, preparing the site. So one of the things that the suggestions was, through this process here, perhaps ask for some extra funding and then manage those resources themselves. Because we've actually been in the situation where we've engaged, we can't help them. So we've engaged contractors. So at the end of the day, council's still paying one way or the other.
Yeah, it would just be a shame to lose all that planting being taken over. So yeah, I'd be quite happy to help you work through that actually. Yeah.
Speak in support of the team. First cut of the budget, they were actually seeking a number of new staff members to be able to maintain the service, and that was taken out of the budget. So,
I acknowledge that as well. Yeah. Hence my offer of help to maybe work with greening Taupō to come up with a different kind of solution. Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
So just in terms of 205 and the Danny referred to that's in yellow. So here's a group that are actually seeking funding, being funded at the moment by council with
can have a discussion around the community grants structure later on. But they're actually doing work that's in our lane as council, your lane as parks team, the reserves team. And I just wonder whether how we treat them as appropriate at the moment, and we talk about lack of resources at the best time, but here's a resource that are willing and are able to draw on a large volunteer base to do the work that we can't get to, but they can, and they're willing to do it. And I just wonder whether we need to recognise that formally through funding arrangements. I know this is going to tipping over to another conversation. The same thing applies to bike talker, because a lot of the in town mountain bike tracks go through gullies and stormwater reserves. So again, a large volunteer base, willing and able and capable of doing the work. And here's an opportunity to actually partner with these groups more. I wonder if it's more formally, or we just need to be more creative about how we do this. And again, take pressure off your team.
And through the year, it's just for those first, what is it, 10 weeks or so? Once those plants are established, you can mow around them, or you know, rather than, or actually, hopefully, the idea is you don't have to mow. That's the point. So I guess there's just some key timeframes we need to work with them on. So yeah, I support Councillor Taylor's.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we absolutely support that as well. I guess bike taupo and greening taupo are kind of similar in that not all of their sites are council sites. So, for example, they've just done a big planting on the golf course, and they've done a lot of planting out on Wairaki Drive. So those are outside council's reserve areas. Occasionally we do intersect with sites, but often they're working on areas that actually we're not maintaining. So I think that's why that funding model is an appropriate kind of acknowledgement to what they do. And it gives them that flexibility to kind of, well, it's not only council sites we're working on, we can expand our world a bit and help other areas out as well.
I think we will just park that discussion until we come back for the community funding. Thank you.
Two more Bay, Billy, CBR, that's on the plan now. Two more, remember we were going to do the other side of the road.
Yes, so the transportation Claire is looking after the blister on the other side of the road, but the Taupō Street one, yeah, it's in our proposal to do that. Yeah. Working in with our colleagues who are much more specialised in lane asphalt and curb and channel, etc., to form that car park. Yeah. In that space for the boat ramp. So
extra car park for bikes, so you go on.
Absolutely. So
and when that, what year is that?
I think it was year 2. I have to check. I'm sure it's year 2. Yeah.
Remember years ago that was that they ended up being quite bowling around the house.
Because of overuse, of course.
That's right. And over the years we've regrassed, we've tried to keep grass on it, but obviously the use of that boat ramp and the requirements of the public is that they need it for parking.
Councillor Shepherd.
Yeah, just on that one, I know that there's a few homeowners there who want to see this work done. I'm very aware of that. There's also a desire to not make it a concrete jungle. So will there be a bit of consultation?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Oh, well, that would be nice to have in response to. We'll come back to you and you can have a bit of a say. I think that's quite
there will be a
good approach. Yeah. Thank you.
Cool. Councillor Campbell.
Oh yeah. Comment on 245, the new hockey pitch. That is something in the LTP, and I'm not going to drop it out or anything, but I mean, the reason why we're doing this, as far as I understand, was well, the last one went wrong, and anecdotally I hear that was insufficient project supervision, not by us or anything. So we're giving out money to these anyone for anything. It's not great that they come back later, because I mean, it's not an ideal situation, and we are forking out for that. I'm just interested though, if we're giving money out for stuff to bodies separate from ourselves, how can, is there any sort of surety, additional supervision that we should be applying to make sure that doesn't happen again?
So we had, yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, we had a kind of recent example, I suppose, with the bowling club, where council had committed a number of years ago to have an artificial surface there, and that we would replace that when it needed it. In doing that, rather than give them, the bowling club, the funding and have them run it, it was managed by one of the officers in the PMO. Did a really good job of it. There was a handover process. There was also a conversation around, there is no commitment to replace this. He's, ran through the whole maintenance program and all of that. So I think that's the model going forward, rather than where we were before.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you, Greg. Councillor Shepherd, then Councillor Taylor, and then Councillor.
I understand that the hockey club managed to recoup some funds from the era, I guess we'll call it, and they're willing to put that towards the hockey turf as well. So we're not funding it all.
Taylor.
Yeah, I appreciate that item in the report here, but I just concerned that it's just sitting in Parks and Reserves because there's a bigger conversation occurring around hubbing of sports within that whole area. So this is a Parks and Reserves / facilities conversation. So it's not just standalone with your teams. And I just wonder if we need to reflect that, because we encourage presenters from the hockey turf to connect with Rachel and with the squash club and the league team who were here, the ones league who were here yesterday, encourage the same. So there's a bigger conversation. I just wonder if we need to reflect that in this.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to firstly I was going to say just exactly what the Deputy Mayor just said. There is a much more holistic piece of work to be done on, but I also really appreciated that Bill and Jeremy from Great Lake Taupō Hockey were very open to perhaps a working group involving council and the sporting community to get together to look at how they might work together to best get bang for buck out of some external funding. So I think there's a much more holistic piece of work across different activities of council to be had.
That's the green slate.
Yes, I'd just like to talk to 211 and 212 about rubbish bins. I fully support Parks and Reserve in removing rubbish bins from parks and reserves, because the rubbish has already been taken there by people, and you're right in my view in thinking that they should take it away with them. It's a totally different thing altogether when you are in a town area where you bought food from a shop and you need somewhere to dispose of it, and particularly thinking town centre Turangi and town centre here. And I think that's the right and proper place for rubbish bins. I'm just wondering though, because New Zealanders have got so used to be able to just go look for a rubbish bin to put their rubbish bin, they don't have to take it away. So rather than putting a rubbish bin there, what about a little sign that says Taupō District Council does not provide rubbish bins in parks and reserves, so that people aren't going off looking for it and then think, oh, bugger that, and drop it somewhere. A sign where a rubbish bin would be to say, we don't support this, please take your, don't leave anything behind except your footprint. Something along those lines, so that people are not looking for it. Yeah,
Oh,
I fully support your picture. You got here.
And through the chair, so yeah, absolutely. And we do have some signs already that, especially Mangakino-Pouakani, Pukawa, those sort of places where we even talk about please don't toilet in the bush as well. You know, so there is that element of education as well, and it's something that I'm very keen.
And there's absolutely no need for a rubbish bin anywhere out there, and a shop can provide their own rubbish bin. That's fine, they should. I just think it's a waste of ratepayers' money to be doing that. And of course, while I'm here, you know, you don't have to keep mowing. We're fine with that.
Not enough submission.
It isn't a submission. Age, I think. Least.
I know.
Application to.
Least knowing more reading.
Yeah, I was teasing.
Right, nothing else, parks and reserves? Yeah, Councillor Truman, come in.
Nanu. 259. I just wondered, just about our response there. So when we're saying that there's no renewal budget for the old boat ramp, we're talking about the concrete ramp that goes into the water. So we do maintain that though, don't we? So just like when you read that, it looks like we're not really taking ownership or responsibility for it. So we do maintain it and we do. So I'm just wondering, we don't have a renewals budget. Don't we need to put something in there so that there is funding for that to happen? Because that's our boat ramp.
No, so I guess first of all, the asset has to be ours and it's not. So we inherited that from NZ Electricity, I guess. We would go back that far. So it was their boat ramp. We did put that very, very poorly constructed extension next to it, which has just been problematic from day one. And that was because we couldn't get the lake low enough to actually pour concrete properly. So that's been the problem. The idea, the thinking is that with the lakefront development, that it will go back to the original ramp, which requires no maintenance. It was built by the Ministry of Works and the concrete's probably about this thick. And it would just be that and the jetty, and then the major boat ramp, the main one that's going to take all of the traffic and the loading, would then be down the far end. So that's the kind of thinking. That ramp would stay as somebody with a little dinghy or something that wants to maybe go out, but there'll be very, very limited parking there in the plan, and it's all going to happen down the far end. So it separates those activities.
So the whole, that's the constant problem. Is that on the new bit that we did, or is that on the? So then we should have renewal for that. I'm just thinking it, no, but it's the bit we did. All they want is the hole filled in. So we are doing that. So I'm just saying the response doesn't look like we're taking any action. So I just wonder if it's changed so that to make it sound positive rather than not taking responsibility for it. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, we have used our technology, shall we say, that the parks team have, which is limited, to fill that hole probably, I don't know, 10 times. So we're now talking to, experts in building ramps and marine environments about how you might get some concrete to stick around there. So it is scheduled to do, but I don't think it's a long-term solution.
Councillor Taylor.
Still on page 64, 233, the disc golf, I see the responses to be addressed through the reserve management plan review. Have we got a concrete answer to some of the specific requests they've made? The impression I got was that apart from taking up a bit of land, it was at limited to no cost to council, and there was some significant benefits potentially could accrue to the district from that in terms of attracting larger scale events.
Yeah, so I guess through you, Mr. Chair, it's one that I guess why we will often refer to the need for a plan is that we deal with a lot of groups and there's a lot of requests for using our reserves. And you might hear one particular group come to a forum like this and present, and you go, that sounds very reasonable and it's not going to cost us much. But we've also got to be aware that different users use that space, like Taupō, there's some kind of crossover there. There's also crossover with the Harriers Club, and we're trying to manage all of that. So I think the reserve management plan gives you that. It's going to be a publicly consulted document, and coming out of those, you get a much better idea of what the right thing to do is. And if we keep just adding little bits and pieces on an ad hoc basis, you can then start to create problems later down the line.
So when's that happening for reserve management? Yeah.
Only in year 2, but it'll be a couple of years.
I mean, they do still have the main course. I suspect they could play a shortened course because the course at the top was for the kids, wasn't it? A smaller course for kids because they've got the full course down in Spa Park already. And I have a few concerns about the fact that the pod's there now and they've got all their exercise equipment there. So I tend to agree that there needs to be a bit of consultation there. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Truman?
Last one, so sorry, so 250, just in regards to the people that have asked for lighting that around the basketball court, can we put in there, something about along the lines of, if someone wants to apply for external funding, that we're happy to write a letter for, support, so that it's just not a no to them? Thank you.
Can I add to that one? I noticed that one, because that's for the new court. I'd like to suggest that at least some of those items could be some, like as Kevin was suggesting, some quick fix things, some of those things like a table, seats, rubbish bins. Well, I don't know if it's a rubbish bin, but a short bit of fence to stop it rolling onto the skate park. I mean, those sound pretty cheap. Oh, 260. The new basketball court has just gone in. So there's some niggles with it. Yeah, lighting would have been nice to identify that early on actually, but the other stuff seems some quick fix stuff, which, you know, we've just put in a new facility, so they seem some pretty easy niggles to make improvements to. Yeah. Is that what we're talking about? Oh, what? Seating? Oh no, the lighting. The lighting's a little bit of the lighting's a little bit more. I don't know how much lights cost, but
Quite a lot. Quite a lot.
yeah. Okay. Well, no. I mean, a brief sort of obstruction to stop it ball rolling onto the skate park. Some seating. Or barbecues probably, but I don't know how much barbecue. A table you can eat at. A fence around the court. I don't know. Are those big cost items? Are they? Yeah.
So through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, they add up. And I guess when we first scoped that project, it was taken to the rec group, and we were working to a budget, and so we wanted to deliver the best plain experience for the budget that we had, and I think we did that. So what that meant is that there was a barbecue, there was tables, there was all of that. Actually got removed because there is quite a bit of seating around the skate park. So a lot of that stuff was taken out at the time because it just, you know, there quite a few $1,000s for decent, robust.
Okay. So I think it'll come in time, you know, that'd be a natural progression. You know,
and through the chair, because obviously I did a lot of consultation with the youth and community there. The three-sided fence was something that was very high on there. They didn't want it at the time, didn't want any fence on the outlook into the skate park because they wanted that connectivity and that free flow. But I guess now that they've been playing on it, our main priority was to keep the balls away from the pensioners, from our neighbours and things. So yeah, that's certainly.
Yeah, Lily?
Right, just for the chair, there's a bit of a theme here with some of these requests from the community. I know some of the Kinloch communities before. I wonder if there's an opportunity in the response to say we'll continue to work through our community development team and our community engagement team to help reach those aspirations of the communities.
We're not adverse to external funding either, you know.
Yeah. We welcome it.
Sharma would love to put a barbecue on it. Or square, who knows?
Can I just ask a couple of things? The fine period, I think the Lions Company paid for the barbecue that means in the new playground. And the Country Trust paid for the table of beers at Omori. We did it according to council specifications, and that was $6,000.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're not the only avenue. Our community has done it through other forms of funding. Yeah.
Those fence power thing, you know, the one for the playground, so perhaps in the response we could not adverse to. These are all good things to have, but we're not adverse to. Very good.
Organise
What's the mission?
The disc golf, just another plug.
This golf is on page 60.
So before we revert it to the reserve management plan, good. I just thought, just explore, is it not, I mean, anytime I've been around there, I've never seen anyone hanging around there apart from the, or the remote control car club thing. I mean, you know better than me. Okay. Well, you know, but more about it. It's not, it just doesn't come across as an area which many people frequent generally, and I'll just finish it. It seems like, well, if you consulted the people we thought might be affected, then isn't that short-circuiting a little bit that you can just, it's not too much of a precedent, or do you think that would just be too much of a precedent and you'd be inundated with all sorts of other stuff?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, sorry, my reference before with the reserve management plan was thinking of Spa Park. Sorry, I wasn't thinking of County Ave. So that area there, apologies, Warwick, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about it yet, but one of the things that I think we can do, so that's local purpose reserve, and it takes in the venture centre site and all that. So anybody that's been involved in that site will know that there's a lot of disparate sort of ideas and demands come in from different areas, and I think we need a little management plan that's maybe consulted on for that. That is, because it's local purpose, it's going to fall outside of the reserve management plan next to it. So I think we need to do our own one for there, because we've got dog exercise, we've got remote control cars, we've got the venture centre, we've got and there's people asking us, from all sorts of angles about things. So we can probably do something short term in there for disc golf, but I think it's on the, I wouldn't want to preempt the results of some public consultation around.
And some work's already gone in there. A lot of the tenants up there, we all communicate. We're all in close contact with council about aspirations, and as I say, just that County Ave spot, just where they're anticipating some of their holes, would to me interfere a bit with what the pod are doing up there, so I think we need to talk to some of those people and make sure that the layout, if it goes ahead, the layout is favourable and things like that. So yes, I agree with that approach. Yeah.
Oh no, so we can we rather than, okay, that's a nice idea. Can we put a time, like in I don't know what their response was, I forgot the number, but can we say something of that nature? We will be doing reviewing management of this area within the next 6 months, 12 months. Can we say something like that, or what should we say? What do you think we should say, Greg?
I think certainly in year one, but I'm not anticipating that if there's any external funding even required for that. Something we might even look at internally, and working with the community team to do the consultation. It's something we could probably put together ourselves, because but we do need time to obviously talk to everybody and understand.
We'll consider the wording for that response.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Anything else? Parks and reserves.
Picnics and parks and reserves.
That's good.
We'll close parks and reserves then. Thank you.
Parks and reserves, and what's next after lunch?
We have solid waste.
Page number
1 o'clock. Meeting is adjourned till 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Page 96.
Okay, well, get on with the meeting. Reopen the meeting. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
should be it'll be easier than trying to make this work.
We have a presentation from Oh, what have you got to do now, Ed?
Solid waste.
Solid waste, that's right. We have Mr. Brentos,
Yes, it's me.
Good afternoon, Brent.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Worship, how are you?
Turn the button on. There you go. There we go. Okay, solid waste. Anything to report there? Brent?
Well, really just to, here to answer any questions, Your Worship. Yep.
Page number will be on, sorry, Brent.
96.
96, thank you.
96. All right, any questions regarding the submissions or the response to the submissions? Yeah.
Councillor
Williamson.
The 374. Can't we recycle plastic other than 1 and 2? Is it 5 as well? Or?
1, 2 and 5.
125.
Yesterday.
Solid
waste.
Page 97 or 6.
Good.
Here
we go.
Happy with the responses?
Jazz hands.
Okay, jazz hands, there we go, there they go.
Solid waste.
The remaining sections, I'm keen just to do all together. They cover policy and governance, sustainability and climate change.
Solid waste, okay.
We've finished.
Just for Oh, I need to.
Well, that's.
Well, I don't think anything anyway.
Policy and governance, sustainability and climate change, regulatory and compliance. And then there's the policies, our fees and charges policies and our learning policies. So, the page starts at 96 and goes right through to the end.
Sorry, just through the chair, can I ask why you just want to take all this as one? Because there's some quite separate issues.
Happy to take it as separate issues. Yeah.
If that's okay, your worship, I mean, you're the chair, it's up to you, but.
Just whatever.
Policy and governance. You can do first then?
97.
Right.
98. Of diligent 98.
98.
Yeah, this one's not going on.
Good. Thank you. The responses there. Next one, Ed.
Oh, hold on.
Come on, Duncan.
Well, I mean.
So the question is there any specific budget or service delivery points you want to raise and change from the status quo or what's proposed in the plan?
I'm happy.
Oh, well, through the chair. And I'm not sure if it's one of, look, policy, Phil Shields brought a submission to us on a Turangi, and that was about specifically, we're proposing to increase the rates for the affordability benchmark.
You've got to do a fee submission.
Is it, am I on the right section or not? That is a policy, isn't it? From LGCI plus 2.5% to LGCI plus 5%.
Policy and
Isn't it? That was his opinion.
That's
not-
going later or?
Yeah, we've got the financial strategy.
All right,
coming up a
okay,
little bit later. So nothing on policy and governance?
We don't bring back KFC.
I wish we could.
And the next group of feedback that we collected was around sustainability and climate change.
102. 104 at the.
Go past 2.
There's back to 102 down there.
Oh, no, 104, you're right.
Again, budgets or service delivery discussion to have.
Just through the chair, I'm just mindful of some of the commentary around the lack of sort of wording or sort of the a more that there was comment around appreciation of the internal sort of measures and work that's been done within council, but not so much in our document. I don't know. I know, Aidan, you work very hard in your space, so I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I'm just wondering if that was a personal opinion based on the fact that that's something that's more of a priority to them than across our activities, or
Sorry, in relation to climate change and just how we tell
And
that story
sustainability,
for the
yeah.
LTP.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have an opportunity to tell that story better through the actual LTP.
Yes.
document. It's certainly incorporated in all our asset management planning, stormwater guys, our planning for resilience. So we absolutely have taken it into account and built that into our LTP planning. We can make that clearer. We did propose some performance measures. Obviously, council's adopted targets, and our plan is to every 3 years, because it's a long-term strategy, to get an inventory done. It costs us a little bit of money to see how we're progressing with targets. We thought audit would be hot on us and make us have performance measures, so we were planning to put some in, but they didn't like them. So we took them out again, and we'll stick to the 3-yearly reporting cycle. So we do have a lot on our website about how we do that. We will update that for how the LTP is delivering it and do a bit of comms and that. But
cool.
We're doing a good job in the space.
Great, thank you.
Through the chair.
Absolutely.
A 415 and 416. I have tried to understand carbon credits, and I don't understand carbon credits, and it would be really helpful if were able to do us a very short workshop on carbon credits so that I can actually talk about it intelligently to people. I've struggled with it. I don't know what other people are like, but I just don't get it.
Can Aidan answer Sandra?
Oh, sorry.
Please?
I know I was going to add to that one. Yes.
I won't try and cover it now, but we can certainly provide you some key messages. It isn't complicated if it's explained well, so we can try and do that for you.
Okay.
No, just to add to that, yeah, I mean, I'm sympathetic with that request. I half understand it, but I don't actually agree with it. I'm not actually asking a question, but I half understand it, but don't actually agree with it. And again, I suppose it's a question of benefits to ratepayer versus because I'd be interested. I'd actually be interested to know if it's being tested anywhere.
There's just one thing I want to point out, and again, it comes down to our legal obligation, but we're required to submit what our tonnages are at the tip, and based on that, we have an obligation. So it would be extremely straightforward to see if we didn't submit, and also if we didn't meet our obligation. So compliance against us would be very easy to prove if we weren't compliant. This isn't a matter of we might get away with it. And then the fines are substantial. We'd have to pay for the credit $1 million and then 3 times that much as a penalty is what's in the ledge. So we couldn't get away with it, and it's our legal obligation.
No, I just wonder if I'm interested if any council out there has tested it, because I know I know Kaipara Council have ditched a lot of their climate change stuff. I don't know if it includes carbon credits.
No, this is councillors who own a tip are required by the scheme to surrender carbon credits. It's very straightforward legal obligation.
Yeah, no, okay.
Yeah. We don't do anything over and above that on a voluntary basis.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else? Councillor Shepherd?
419 is actually the submission I was looking at, where I was recalling when I was talking to the greening Taupō planting. So if we can perhaps just include in there that we're going to talk to them about a strategic way forward, that'd be good.
Okay, and then the next section is regulatory and compliance, starting page 107.
Oh, here we go. Oh, for the chair? Yes. We'll take it down, but 427, unless it's a double up, same submission. I don't know for that, but anyway, yes, strongly opposing the proposal to increase its rates affordability benchmark from 2.5% to 5%.
Through the chair, that's under financial strategy, aren't we talking about regulatory?
No, hold on. No, it's under, this is under regulatory and compliance. Yeah.
No, it's under policy.
Oh, all right. I missed it.
One away.
Okay, sorry.
Sounds like we're ready to move to policies.
Yeah, hold on.
Let's move to.
Oh,
I don't think I've done anything.
or is there anything in this?
Oh, we'll come back to that item.
Moving on now, tracking policies.
Well, there we go. Okay, so I assume I assume that number perhaps is Mr. Phil Shields, I guess.
That's enough out of you.
If there's information right.
So I mean, if I just speak my opinion on this one, and then I'm not sure I agree with the response there. I mean, as some of you may have read, I believe some sort of rates cap regime would be helpful, and that this has these benchmarks have the hallmarks of a policy which is very easily bent at discretion of councils when they want some extra money. That's my take on this policy. So and I believe, and I did ask the question to the submitter at the time, of opinion of some sort of rates cap regime, which would actually limit councils to what they could do rather than exceed these benchmarks when they choose. And it relates to some of the stuff we've been talking about before about compliance and unfunded regulations coming down from central government, which we tend to want to adhere to without too much resistance. I think some sort of rates cap regime would greatly incentivise local councils to push back central government a lot more than they do now, rather than just suck it up. So I don't really agree with, for one thing, increasing our benchmark, which Mr. Shields pointed out has been increasing since 2015, has crept up from LGCI 1%, 2015, we're ramping it up to plus 5%.
I'd like to hear from our finance manager after that. I describe it, lack of understanding of what we're actually talking about.
Yeah, so the benchmark you're talking about, Duncan, is a self-imposed one. So there's no such thing as putting a hard stop on rates, and that's outside of us as council. That sounds like a legislative change that you probably have to lobby from central government. However, I'm aware of the information that you sent in relation to some Australian states that have done this, and it was actually very different to our average rates increase was quite a lot lower than what theirs was to begin with. So that aside, the self-imposed benchmark has been put up as a result of, and it was well explained in the strategy, as a result of past performance. Now, our GCI, when there's been increasingly unstable inflationary environment, was incredibly challenging to manage, because as you're aware, a lot of councils' costs are actually happen subsequent to inflation. So we've got a lot of fixed contracts, and so if there's an inflation of 8% in the prior year, and then you go down to inflation of 2%, which would be your new benchmark, would be the 2% plus whatever your the LGCI plus 5. So it would be 2% plus 5%. A lot of the costs from the year before would be on the next year, because that might be when our contracts come off. So the increasing instability in that inflationary environment has been incredibly challenging to manage under our GCI plus 2, and we haven't been hitting it for that reason.
Well, you mentioned, well, from what I recall, the book Victoria State example I quoted, for the decade before they introduced it, was 6%. And
our average is
yes.
about 2%, wasn't it, in the information I sent you?
In the 10 years before they introduced their rates cap, it had a market difference. And I recognise what you're saying, but what I'm pointing out is that, and the main benefit I think of, and I'm not saying this is the fix all silver bullet, so don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that at the moment, as I see it, there's central government are the baddies who introduce unfunded. They're the ones who one aspect of our rates increases is unfunded legislative changes, and then that can be from regional councils as well, of course. And from my perspective, council, we tend to suck it up, unchallenging as much. I believe. Look, I personally believe if more councils voluntarily adopt, and they can have a self-imposed rates cap limit, then there would absolutely be more pushback from councils like us.
So there would be no penalty on it because it's self-imposed. But I think coming back to your point that, you know, central government legislation changes have driven a cost increase in local government. That is, you know, one factor in why you would need above the inflationary target, obviously, but that's primarily not the driver. The driver here has been the instability in inflationary markers, which is incredibly challenging to manage when it's a forward-looking projection, and we often have backwards-looking costs.
No. Well, look, I'm pointing out this. I believe some sort of limit. At the moment, I don't see there is. There's not much. There's no real buck stopping anywhere. As I see it, there's no absolute limits to councils. Just keep on sucking up central government unfunded legislation. That I see that would be a useful tool. But anyway, I mean, we're kind of straying from it. But look, I'm just pointing out that we have a voluntary. We seem to have a voluntary benchmark which is regularly exceeded.
So we need to be benchmark. Anyway,
Yeah. So I was up until that last comment, I was about to say we appear to be talking at cross purposes, and all of that monologue simply demonstrates the lack of understanding of what Sarah has presented to us. But again, we're coming back to we don't want to abide by the rules. Happy to take it offline. If the councillor wants to give us a list of the rules and regulations and laws he doesn't want to apply or abide by, I'm happy to provide a similar list with sanctions that I think should apply, and we'll compare notes. But that's not a subject of discussion today.
Right. Well, just briefly respond. I mean, look, I'm not actually wanting an extended debate right now on this very topic, but believe it or not, I mean, I'm actually trying to introduce a new self-imposed rule rather than break any rules. There would actually be a limit. That's actually the intention. It is what it is. That's what I'm not going to change anything right now. Recognise that.
I think the officers' comment pretty much. Well, it's not a target. It's just something self-imposed. We want to deliver a service that we can afford under our financial and revenue strategy. Pretty much just those two have to align: delivering and affordability.
And that's what all that gets as well.
And all it will be the.
Okay. Thanks, Daniel.
Any final comments on the financial strategy? If not, the next one is on page 114 today. It's about rating policies generally. Page 114.
Are we? I mean, fees and charges.
We've done that.
We've done it.
I agree with your responses. I have must say Queenstown, Rotorua and Auckland are now equivalent to pay differential on the Airbnbs.
I think, yeah, our comments have been incredibly challenging to manage unless we're going to do the consenting side.
None of that consent, did they?
Queenstown definitely. Queenstown, yes, yeah.
Some amendments, didn't they, through the consultation process of the LTP?
I think it will be interesting to see how that process goes.
Watch the space learn.
And we had one at Ruapehu as well, which was tracked very challenging and a lot of angst because we would try and gather the information or the data on the people who did have Airbnbs, which is challenging when you don't know their addresses. And then people who were missing out had friends, people who were getting rated for it had friends who were missing out, and it was pretty challenging to manage. And I'd say 99% of the calls that got escalated to me at Ruapehu were about this exact issue and the unfairness of it. It is challenging to manage without the consent side.
Do it in Okuni,
Yeah, and it was a bit easier in that district too, because you could pull up a property, look at it and be like, oh, I think that's on, Smith Street. Whereas here might be a little bit more challenging by looking at a property, figuring out where it is.
There's some councils have come before us now, so there is
There.
template to start to form, really, so.
Let them spend the money sorting it out.
Well, true, and I think most of them pretty well embedded, but it's the only place
Well, Queenstown's been in for a while, but they've got a very, remember there was a paper that we brought to council some time ago, and I'm looking at the policy team, so they did great work on it. And Queenstown's was based on a resource consent process, which is a high administrative cost. So certainly something to keep a watch on.
Councillor Taylor.
So, yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I agree with the officer's response to this. This was an issue that both Councillor Westman and I have raised before, and we've kicked it around, and agree it is a particularly difficult issue to grapple with. I'm happy to have a watching brief on those councils who have grappled with it and just learn from their mistakes and pick up the good and the bad points from there and revisit. I'd be uncomfortable if we just ignored it, but maybe pick it up again at some time in the future and just see what comes out.
Yeah, through the chair, just to add to that, I mean,
Rachel.
You too.
we'll get more.
Yeah, I've raised this as well, and I certainly understand now how difficult it is, and I'd really like to see what happens with Rotorua. They're probably a really good comparison to keep an eye on. Yeah, I don't want to ignore it either.
Councillor Campbell. I was going to add about Rotorua. I mean, they're closest to us, so close contact with keeping an eye on how they go will be.
So, Green State.
I've had numerous representations from our commercial operators in the Turangi district about this, and they contact me personally and discuss it. So yeah, I think we do need to. I would like to talk about the mission 450. Taking a sort of an average rate in Turangi area, which has been around 3,500, sort of 3,000. The increase for Turangi people is in the region of 15%. And again, I've had numerous representations from people personally over this. I'd like to see some comms around this response. I understand it, and the people don't. And it's really, really hard because they're working out that they've got a 15% rate increase when we're telling story. So I know we talked about it before, but I think specifically for, and possibly Mangakino's in the same situation, it just looks like we've had a massive increase. And we understand it, people don't.
Yeah, I think it's been incredibly challenging to manage this situation, and certainly, and I did reference it when we adopted the consultation document, that it's not an ideal situation when our low value properties are the ones most affected. And the things we have done in respect to this, one is change the differential for our power generators and utility asset networks, and then also we have again looked at where we can save money in those other areas. The problem is it's been a double whammy. The revaluations are fundamentally driven an increase in domestic or the residential ratepayers. We've also had water's costs go up substantially, which are, drive the targeted rates, which again hit the low value property. I know Julie gave me the mission to have a look to make our rating policy a little bit more flexible this time. The problem is we've got a very low UAGC, and the only way to do that is to put up your UAGC. So then in those times, it gives us flexibility to adjust up and down. Unfortunately, if we'd done that this time, if I'd proposed that, you would have been looking at even worse for your low value and residential customers. So there is definitely a time we will have to do that in the future to make it easier to be flexible and to offset in times where it is driven in one sector. Unfortunately, because we're, all the factors are against it, it's just not able to be done this time. But we have, again, applied what we can.
Sorry. Sure. I was just going to say through the chair, thank you, Sarah, and it was something I brought up during the workshops, because I too think the UAGC needs to be seriously looked at, considering what's retained in that figure. But however, I do understand that a lot of the pressure around water cost is the main contributor this time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to make. Obviously, yes, we're all very well putting UAGC at what responsibles come under that. What shifting takes the choosing the team. Yeah. So
Cheers on the deck of the topic.
But yeah, so getting one problem to another.
Yeah.
Right, so let's the other something.
That concludes discussions on rating policies. We've now covered everything with the exception of community funding that we will do alongside the community funding and grants budgets policy stuff.
Right. Community Councillor Campbell.
No, I'll just revisit something said very early on, which I thought depreciation. Okay, my bush accountant's skills telling me that we could be under depreciating year one, but we're contributing the same money in the end, but just putting a heck of a lot more year two. Is that a stupid idea? Because what do we lose by doing that? If we're going to put the same amount of money into the pot, but we just put a heck of a lot less of it in year one and a whole lot more year two. I mean, that's a way of smoothing the, isn't it?
So through the chair, probably lesser in relation to this as to those staff items. I did reference before that there is definitely something we could do. At the moment, we're, as for the annual plan consultation, we said we would get to 100% funding of depreciation again, as it was a smoothing initiative for that year. So we're still in the getting back to 100% position. However, we could do that a little bit slower, and I did reference that, but there are obviously disadvantages to that. So, we could do a 25, 75 split, and I believe it was $2 million, so it's about 500,000 each for 25%.
Oh, so is this something to be whittled away? If we want to whittle down the year one, this is something that we can do tomorrow or the day after or whatever.
Yeah, but again, you're essentially loan funding operational, and there is, from a smoothing perspective, again, I did recommend it in the annual plan year because we were concerned about the impact on that 1 year of revaluations. However, again, being in receipt of the new Burl indices, which are pushing, looking at costs going back up again, I'm just a little bit weary to push out funding of depreciation any longer, but we can have that discussion when we talk about the increases.
So just through the chair, I'm sorry, Sarah, you've had to repeat yourself from what you said this morning quite clearly. Just in regards to next steps, is it an opportunity to have a look at the financial sort of snapshot now, or do we need to do fees and charges and community funding first? So I see community funding as a very separate topic to the activities we've just discussed. So I'm just curious, but guided by you, Mr. Ned.
We've got the fees and charges.
Oh, yes.
You haven't made a lot of changes.
Yeah.
The changes you have made are capital in nature and they don't affect you. Minimal. A minimum.
Right.
So there's been really no, apart from one, as well. So there's been no operational dollar changes for you one. What you've discussed.
So we're still sitting at the 12.2% that we were sitting at this point. If, you know, if those staff changes went ahead and again, we just added them in so we can pick it up just easily.
Jeanette, what about, do we do that? Was that in?
That's from year two.
Okay, Jenny. All right, so we've got 2 items left. The one was a fees and charges, correct?
The
And
building.
paper there. Paper
Just the paper?
Yeah, so good afternoon. You'll see on your desk that I've circulated a memo to you all. It's in response to a request for further information around the building inspection fees. So last night, the team and I pulled some figures together and put the memo for you now. What we are recommending is that what it appeared to be was that there was a bit of confusion going from the 45-minute charge up to an hour, and then the increase in the inspection cost as well. So what we're now recommending, based on that feedback from submitters and yourselves, is that we retain the 45-minute charge and we increase that to ensure that we're covering costs as well. So that will be at $181, and that in the fees charges schedule, we make it very clear that it's a 45-minute charge and that any further on to that is 15-minute pro rata.
Can I ask a question, Warwick?
Sure.
Warwick, can I just ask whether or not this sort of minute charge affects people in the Turangi area? Presumably, do you charge from this office or do you charge from the Turangi office if you're going to a Turangi inspection?
Good question. So what the staff do is they try to consolidate all inspections for a Turangi and then they harmonise the costs. So there is a little bit of playing around with the figures, but with Dean and Walter, the team leader and the manager, so that when we do, we're trying to find efficiencies in the way that we deliver the service, but all staff currently come out of Taupō. So that it is taken into account.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Shepherd.
Thank you for doing this. Honestly, this is a really good outcome. And it also factors in the fact that not all of the inspections are going to be 60 minutes and then you can still recoup, you know, time. So very happy with the outcome, and I have confidence that that's going to do a lot to keep our building industry happy.
Option 2.
Oh, you know, a question occurred to me. These building inspectors are churning out these things, I suppose, one after the other. That's all they do. 9,000 inspections a year. Yeah, I mean that's their sole. That's their sole task. They're doing this one after the other. The building control team split into 2 departments. Essentially, you've got your consents department, which will go through your consent application that gets put in. Once you get your building consent, then you've got the inspectors who are essentially designated to all types of inspections, from building warrant fitness inspections to final inspections to pre-line inspections. Yeah. Well, I'm just interested if we're going down the route of rather than just a lump sum, but actually adding 10-minute increments or something. I mean, coming from a timesheet world, consultant or whatever, do they have a percentage productivity expectation, 90%, 80%, 50% of their time charged to billable hours for stuff like this? I'm just interested. Is that a thing here, or? No, it's not. We've got the work schedule, which is in 15-minute increments, but the way that the staff do it is case by case basis to ensure that we get the best outcome and costs for the customer.
Thank you. Thank you for the team going away. Appreciate it. Right.
A resolution. We've got it, yeah.
I do want a resolution.
Yeah.
Sorry, the recommended option is option 2 on the sheet. So we can have that into the resolution.
I'm happy to move it once I see it.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm sorry, it's just a bit awkward because we have to adopt as per the schedule with this one change. I'm just,
That's why I better wait and see what it looks like before I move it.
And a point of clarification that Jeanette has just raised is making sure you're aware that option 2 ensures that there's no changes to the rates.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that.
All right, sorry, it's probably best to ask you on the schedule, it's just the one hourly rate at 181.
Correct. 181 because we've consolidated those 3 inspection lines into one.
To inspection all grasses.
Oh, for the chair. So okay, just flipping through that. So the rates impact is 0%. So it says to me that we're expecting to recoup exactly the same amount of money. No? It's retaining the 45-minute charge, but with the increases to ensure that we're covering the cost of services.
The reason why this got a little bit disproportionate was because instead of sticking to the 45 minutes minute inspections, they took it out to an hour and then applied the increase. So it made it look like a 69% increase. So by bringing it back to the 45 minutes and only applying the 25%, that's more in line with our 25% increase across fees and charges.
So that means we will be charging, we will be getting less income from them. Does you mean that?
No, I don't think that's correct. That
No,
need to let
it's,
staff answer that.
Yeah, what we're doing is we're going back to we're retaining the 45-minute minimum charge. What was also, what was proposed originally was the 60-minute minimum charge. Yeah. And that's where it got confusing around the 69% increase. Oh, so who's the winners? Who's the winners? Everyone's a winner. Some people are winners. Everyone's a winner. This is hopefully a win-win. We all win. We all, yeah.
You
get a car.
You get a benefit. We all get a benefit. Really please. Thank you.
Right. Resolution is on.
No,
Here it is.
Yeah, building control, so inspection.
Well, we got to do some magic like that to the AC bath, couldn't it?
too late. We've already talked about that. Move on.
Is that right, Sarah?
Yep.
There's also the amendment to the 15-minute.
Oh, yes, the additional 15 minutes. This is a conversation, sorry, so. How do I say that?
What, where?
Inspectional classes.
Solve
And you for 15 minutes after that. Well, can't use it because your babies are free.
Yes.
Well, what I would hope. Yeah. You don't want to add any more money. You did, or you need that.
We're going to charge it into that addition, which we see one amendment in the addition. Sorry, Tony. Love your work.
Oh, I hit the wrong Austin in mind. So forget what I said. I was thinking about Phoebe. Austin Law.
all classes. We probably don't need a capital A on the all, but that's a technical.
Okay, here we go, Shani. Is everyone happy with this?
Yes, I'm happy to move.
Sarah, are you happy with that?
Let's be.
You have a secret? Pardon? Oh, I didn't hear someone move it.
Me.
Oh, you did, oh, thanks.
I was getting quiet.
I'll see you then. Councillor
Oh,
Hoffman,
I'm happy to, but Tuesday.
third. Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried, thank you. Right, good afternoon, team.
So we're back in the 29 July diligent folder.
Yes.
The report related to community funding, which is item 5.11.
5.11.
We're changing folders and moving around. So
Yeah.
just sorry, which book? Back in the 29 July council folder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 5.11.
Councillor Taylor.
Can I suggest we take a short break now? This, in terms of the long-term plan budget, is a small ticket item, relatively speaking. In terms of the impact on the community, this is massive. And the fallout from getting this wrong is going to be huge. I, for one, would like a little bit of time to go back over this policy before we debate it, because I've had, to be honest, so much information has gone through my brain in the last few days. I don't want to come to this item tired or with my attention elsewhere. I think this is too important and too big a ticket item in terms, particularly when I look at the number of submissions and the passion involved in those submissions. We cannot afford to get this one wrong. So I request we have a short adjournment. Maybe to continue today, but I'd want a little bit of time just to get my head in the right space. I don't know how others feel.
10 minutes? No, no. What do you have?
What?
Quite a
You want to come back?
I think we should have more frequent breaks anyway.
Okay, so what do councillor do? Does councillor want a break? Do you want to discuss it during the break, or do you want?
No, we can have it deliberate.
Just get a bit of a fresh air.
Leadership states for my sake. Is this the last one for today?
No, I think, well, can we just perhaps have that concept? I think we're going to try and get through today, because once we've done community funding, we've really only got the staff recommendations and wrapping it up here. So I think, you know, if we could do this item today, then we are pretty much on. We're pretty much done. So I'll leave that with perhaps the chair.
As in pretty much done as a, you might need to return tomorrow.
So this is probably, this is a really important item. And it's just how you want to approach it.
So the 15 minutes suggested with a fresh air, 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. Sorry, Brian. Get you all excited.
I'll be here. That's what you were talking about.
10, 15, fine.
At least.
Oh, that's lovely. Oh, those.
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah.
You've got to talk through the chair.
Oh, that's lovely. So, yeah.
Okay, so meeting in that's like the biggest fear I am. What's the biggest fear?
One you explain.
We'll come back at. Well, yeah, unless people want to start again tomorrow fresh, go home now.
We're all on finishing today, your worship.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to drag everyone back tomorrow if we don't need to. It's only 2 o'clock, but we can just have a chance.
Yeah.
2:30?
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, all meeting adjourned till 2:30. We are now community grant. Right, good afternoon.
Thank you for your time today.
Be online, are we? Recording, okay, cool. Thank you very much, Brian.
Yeah.
Right, what page?
2021. 2021.
21, okay, the floor is yours, Brian. What do you want to talk about?
So today we're here to present the community funding paper to you. We've had 3 workshops with you over the past year or so around different community funds that we offer, who receives those, how we consider applications, and the whole process really. From that, we outlined that the distribution of community funds is not currently directly linked to council's sort of strategic goals, that the vision that we have in the community outcomes. We also identified there's an opportunity to improve the consistency in how across all our different funds we're considering and allocating funding, and also for greater oversight over who receives funding and from what different sources. We also identified that the current structure is pretty complex. It's a little difficult to navigate at times for communities, and the volume of applications we're starting to get through paired with the existing evaluation process is time consuming, and it's quite administratively, it's a big word, high for council staff, Ellie and I, to administer. We've also identified that the current fund structure does not incentivise community groups to become more sustainable in their funding structures and to be less reliant on council to deliver their activities. So we consulted alongside the long-term plan process, and we had 1,416 submissions over that time, just on community funding. Of those, 726 provided feedback on our proposed policy. So our policy is the document that sets the structure and sort of guiding principles behind how we fund into the community. 76% of those submissions were in favour of the proposed policy, and 24% weren't. We also asked the community for feedback on how we consider and assess applications to make sure that we're more consistent and transparent in what we're doing. We had 690 submissions for that question, with 79% supporting what we did, what we proposed, sorry, and 21 not supporting. So the paper in front of you today highlights the key feedback themes that we received on the proposal, as well as some feedback that was related but outside the scope of this policy and this framework and what we're trying to do at the moment. Following consultation and the feedback we received from communities, we do have a couple of recommendations around a couple of changes within that proposed policy. Number 1 was clarifying who the decision makers are. So you may recall we came to you and said we could set up a panel that had staff members, elected members, and maybe some external people sitting on that panel. We heard from the community that it was really important to them that they had representation. And we decided that you as elected members all have your different portfolios or locations of interest, and you are the best people to provide that voice for our communities. So that's one of the changes that we've made in the policy for the Strategic Partnership Fund and the Accelerator Fund. Now, the other change that we're recommending is that community grant funds, the one-off funds. At the moment, we have 6 different one-off funds. So we've got the sector-based funds, sports sector, art, social services. We also have location-based funds at the moment in our Turangi-Tongariro, Mangakino-Pouakani, Taupō East Rural. We're proposing through the policy to go to a Mangakino-Pouakani grant, a Turangi-Tongariro grant, and a Taupō East Rural grant. So anyone who would have applied to a sector-based fund in the past applies to one of those funds instead. We had proposed that those grants were open only once per year, and the purpose of that was really to help with the volume of applications we're getting through. From a workflow perspective, we could sort of plan and manage all the different applications, but we heard it's, and you would have heard too, through submissions, it's really important to the community that that funding remains accessible, and taking on board that there are a lot of volunteer groups out here who are applying for this funding. 6 months was preferred, and that's what we've recommended as changes. So those are the key changes. There was.
What, query? I'll wait to finish this.
No, you're good.
The other big one that we had was around concern that if we put in together sports and arts funding, that potentially there might be a bias towards, there might be, councillors who are a bit more sporty, like here, and that they might miss out. And to be honest, kind of have some sympathy around a little bit of ring fencing, and that was a strong submission that comes through. And I get that might make things a little bit more administratively complex, but it would significantly reduce, I think, some of the anxiety that's out there, especially amongst those arts groups. So I think we need to maybe have a discussion on that one. But otherwise, bringing this all together, not having external this, that's and everything, not people just, doing this separately and stuff, for the amount of dollars and everything else, I think keep it simple is a good approach. Being open and transparent with the people, I think that's a really good approach. But I think that's one, I think that for me, I'd like to try and have a bit of a discussion around that if we can. Sorry, and maybe it might be just it could be just an interim thing for a little while. I don't know.
Okay. Just through the chair, I suppose that was our initial proposal, and you'll see that one of the recommendations was to change it to bring it to elected members. One of the reasons that our thinking was to change it was that you make lots of decisions all the time on lots of complex and difficult decisions that you don't necessarily bring in a panel of people to provide advice on. You have staff who provide you advice. And one of the key changes with this policy, as opposed to how we've done things in the past, is that we're trying to align it with strategic outcomes. And the eligibility and scoring framework brings in a score where we will bring you a score based on the applications that we've received. So staff will be providing you with recommendations against the strategic outcomes that the council is trying to meet, which is different to how we've done things in the past. So our thinking was, well, if we're providing you with the advice, as you get advice on all sorts of things, and you've been given a score, then ultimately you, through your portfolios and your connections in the communities, are the best people to make those decisions. So that was just some of our thinking around where we'd landed.
You worship that, but that's the bit I'm all happy with that. That all makes sense, multi-criteria decision making, everything else, keep it simple. It's just this massive anxiety that's out there in terms of, say for example, the arts sector, and just weighing that up as part of an approach. So if we, if we do our strategic thinking, say we want to spend X amount on the sort of sports sort of arena and others, then still trying to alleviate some of the real anxiety that's out.
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I'm not sure the portfolio-based thing is a good approach, because you're setting future mayors up for having to do his or her team that way when and I'm not saying that His Worship is not going to be the next mayor. I'm just saying that you are setting governance up to have a particular way of having their governance team deliver whatever the future is. So I'm not sure. I can and when you talk about we're sort of taking things back from it. I don't think there needs to be one committee for everything, because that district-wide approach is not going to work. But then you're also now separating out wards, and I'm very mindful that if the Taupō East Rural Ward Fund was set up to catch things like Christmas parade, rural projects that can get missed off and whatnot, but I'm just not sure how that's comparing, how that works when you're talking about the Mangakino-Pouakani versus Turangi-Tongariro, Taupō East Rural, and then you've got individuals, groups from different cultures, from different sectors, and then you've got people who want to put a defibrillator in a hall, they want to put some new shelving in a school after school club, or whatever it may be. So I can understand you trying to simplify, but I'm just not quite sure what the right mechanism is. And I'm not sure if having elected members on all of those is correct either. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but I totally agree with the policy and simplifying. I just don't know how we best deliver the representation to give out these funds, because I believe whether it's elected members or outside, as it has been, there is always politics involved. But I'm just worried. Yeah, I just don't know what the right perception or the right vehicle is, because it just seems the devil's in the detail, but that's sort of just lumping things, I think.
So Taylor and then
Councillor
Taylor and then Councillor Fletcher.
Yes. Oh, okay. It's more of a question, I suppose, because we've amalgamated all of these different sectors into kind of one funding under each sector or part of our district. Could there is just bringing up what Councillor Lachlan said around the fear of one sector being invested more than another, would there be kind of like percentage-based guidelines that we could use so that to ensure that each sector is being, I guess, well looked after, but more of a guideline rather than does that make sense? Is what I'm saying making sense?
Yeah.
So I understand that the amalgamation to simplify things, but as a guideline, I think for those who are on the board making those decisions, some sort of guideline around percentage base of what funds should go where, I think would be really helpful and potentially alleviate some of the concerns that Councillor Lachlan brought up.
Yeah, through the chair, I completely get what you're saying. I suppose the biggest shift here is the introduction of priorities. We're moving away from thinking about those sector-based to how well groups can say, hey, I relate to a vibrant, connected community. I'm delivering a project instead of sector as a particular sector as such, but it's definitely something we could consider.
So I agree that we need to simplify it, and the reason I wanted to break was to refresh myself on reading through the policy. And I think aligning the funding we give out with our strategic priorities, as opposed to the lolly scramble this has been in previous years, is a really, really good thing. However, I will push back on, we are elected to make decisions, and yes, staff do bring us matters for us to make decisions on. However, almost every other committee of council, the risk and assurance, writing and reserves, airport, Wairau House, Mangakino-Pouakani, Tongariro, community board, and the Kinloch and Mangakino-Pouakani, all the community representative from my tongue, community reps on them to provide that assurance. The other point here is that this is arguably the most direct contact we will have with the community, because it's a direct funding application which is going to touch the work that they are doing immediately. It's not a decision we make at a committee, although some decisions we made recently on freeze has a direct impact on people, but this is face-to-face stuff, and I just wonder whether there is an argument to be made to include members of the community on the allocation fund, which was a strong theme in the submissions.
It's that perception.
Yeah, I agree actually with that, and that might alleviate concerns around needing to ring fence for the arts, for sport, for social services. If we have representation from those areas, we don't have to ring fence.
If we bring in people.
Councillor Campbell.
Oh, sorry, I don't quite understand how community representatives who might have their own bents to sport or art would alleviate that. So,
Because the question around it was representation and having their interests heard by someone who understands them, not necessarily having a conflicted view, but understanding what it is that they are trying to achieve is probably easier for somebody in the arts. Like Tony, who presented to us from Creative Taupō, she said, I did this small short play thing and it didn't necessarily benefit thousands in that moment, but it's continuing and it's growing and it's growing. So they will have a better understanding of where it could go from here with a bit of a nudge with some grant funding. I think it will go a long way actually to alleviating the concerns that the arts might miss out, or sport might get everything, or social services.
Through the chair, that was obviously, as Rose was saying, came through strongly through the arts, particularly arts fraternity, particularly with, you know, through committees of council, you know, like the committee disproportionate. I'm not saying, I mean, with the if this is adopted, it would come through council for the score and present to council for consideration. But I think obviously, you know, with the $5,000, up to $5,000, you know, it's obviously could be a disproportionate allocation of those arts. I'm not saying will be, it could be through either arts, culture, sports. So just to you see where the community are coming from.
Just through the chair, for today, we're talking about the structure and the decision-making process. We, just so you know, we will come back to you once you've adopted the LTP with the budget for grants to ask you, are there limits you want to set on for each of the funds, whatever policy you decide on, and
we understand that.
Committee set up. Yeah.
Well, can I suggest for these community funded, I mean, they're by area. Yeah, well, it sounds like adopt a certain policy as opposed to a rule. Policy aiming for, I don't know, certain percentage, allocate 75% to sports, 25% to arts. And that's it's not a ring fence and it's not a rule. Well, no.
It's not contestable at all.
That's a policy. We will try to do that, but one year you might go 90-10 and the next year you'll make it up the next year. I mean, that's the difference between a policy and a ring fence rule in my mind.
So, Your Worship, just thinking ahead in terms of, sorry if I wasn't in terms of a response to those submissions. So we've got submissions saying, actually, we're just really anxious that this new way forward is going to result in potentially less funding for the arts. My preference is to alleviate some of that angst, even if it is just, you know, while we get this thing going to, you know, even if we had tried, you know, ring fencing for a little bit. I'm a little bit sympathetic. I think that, and again, we could potentially get a whole lot of not negative press, but just a whole lot of, you know, noise out in the community, because we're not talking about millions of dollars here. We're talking about funding that's really, really helpful to a whole lot of groups, but it's not, you know, like a new water system or wastewater system or something like that. So, yeah, I'm not sure some of the other suggestions here would deal with that, you know. And I'm saying any arts.
Yes, that just, I guess that raises the question, are we going for a contestable fund or are we not?
So, Your Worship, I'm suggesting we're contestable fund within budget. So X $1,000 is contestable fund for arts, and then all the arts people up and down the town thing then say, well, this is kind of what we're doing now, so it's not too dissimilar.
That's the point.
Well, I'm just sharing my view, which is that, you know, there's a whole lot of angst out there that tomorrow, you know, the headline is council gave all the money to King Country Rugby, and and council's got no commitment towards the arts. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's, I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, anyway, that's my concerns.
I suggest then, in light of the three funding streams that we've got, that the Strategic Partnership Fund and the Accelerated Fund, both of which are at a, in my mind, at a higher level, which align to what the whole purpose of councillors and partnering with us going forward strategically, those lend themselves more naturally to in-house staff doing assessment, brings it to either the full council or a committee of council. The other ones, geographically based, lend themselves more to groups that are dealing with projects or individual events or whatever it might be across the three broad areas of social, arts and culture and sport, and that those funding committees align themselves with a community rep involvement as a suggestion going forward. Councillor Park.
Yes, thank you. Just further, I completely concur with the strategic and accelerated fund approach. Like I've got no problem with that whatsoever, and it's a no-brainer. And then whatever's left over becomes a part of the community funds. I get that. But we've already got rep groups set up, and I don't. And so, how is it fair for the rural board to be lumped in with Taupō with there's different sectors perhaps on it, but when they've got rural community reps already in place, like I'm just trying to help out in that Mangakino-Pouakani, cool, Turangi-Tongariro, cool, but then Taupō East Rural, East Rural could get completely overlooked from Taupō community grant applications if there isn't rural representatives. And we also went out and said we would do sport, art, social and environmental. So we've got to be really inclusive, and we've got one chance to get this right.
Through the chair, at the moment we do have the Taupō East Rural Grant Distribution Committee. So that
councillors.
Of councillors, but I agree. We can look at the committee structure.
Sorry, I don't mean to talk to you, at you like that, but I'm really passionate about this, and we've split it right.
Sorry, and just through the chair, I know there's been obviously a few comments around the arts funding. We thought it was probably a useful opportunity just to explain some of the work that's been looked at in the Arts, Culture and Ngātaui Action Plan. I don't know, Steve, if you just want to give a quick summary, and then we can talk about some other things in the funding space.
Cool. So again, through the chair, we've heard a lot about the arts community, particularly about potentially losing out to sports or a different sector. One of the proposals that sits within the LTP, and in a way of enacting the Ngātaui Action Plan, of which is a group of councillors you received last year, was to increase the contestable fund in the art space by $50,000. So there is additional art funding set aside for that. Also, as part of that, what is proposed is
so through the chair, to clarify, does that include the 25 that's already in? Well, it's not actually in, but that has been the contestable fund for public art. Is this just a new?
No, this is for some action.
This is delivering on the actions within the Ngātaui Action Plan, is in addition to. I think that the 25,000 is at the Sculpture Trust.
Yeah, it's not even in the LTP, so that's gone.
That's separate to that. So this is new funding in this space. So there were 37 deliverable actions through the Ngātaui Action Plan, and also in order for us as a bunch of officers to deliver on that plan, part of that is increasing the contestable fund in the art space. Part of it is proposed to partner an organisation, and we've referenced Creative Waikato in that space, but it doesn't need to be that group. But in looking at a similar proposal to what we've done with Sport Waikato, and Creative Waikato as a sister agency of that. That is hence why some work has begun in that space to understand how they could support the delivery of that. And there's a provision for an additional staff member to enact that as well.
Yes, fine. Thank you.
Like new funding to have someone else.
Thank you very much. I have been approached actually by a number of people in the art world who are worried, feel that is often seen as the glamour part of funding. So that's going to be something I think we need to be acutely aware of. I just want to ask you a question about the people who currently get funding and how they will fit into each of these groups. And it seems to me the difference between the Accelerator Fund and the other one, strategic fund, is that one you can reapply again and the other one you can't. I'm thinking that people are going to be going into strategic partnership fund as opposed to the other one where they can't reapply.
If they're accepted.
I'm just a bit worried about the current people who've got money. How do we sort of deal with them?
They've got it now.
So the people who
give
currently get money, oh sorry. The groups that currently get money, they're all aware it's contestable. So they all apply every 3 years, and in the past have been considered by you as council. You have allocated funding. The purpose of, I suppose, the Strategic Partnership Fund is to support. Council has a lot of strategies in place. So the sport and recreation and sport strategy that says we will do these things, and it identifies that we need a bit of support in some spaces. So, for example, we need a bit of support from people who to help plan for the future of our district sport recreation, or advise us on what some trends are around the region. So Sport Waikato currently does that in this space. The Accelerator Fund is set up in a way that it is supporting community aspirations instead of looking into council. But the idea is that our team, now that we're in place, would come alongside those groups over the 3 years fund to support them with a whole range of things, and that sustainable funding plan being really key.
Through the chair, and that's one thing that's at the heart of this, is about making it sustainable, because a number of the organisations that have received support have become reliant on that support, and that's not good for them and it's not good for the community. So part of this is actually working with them through those accelerated funds to provide that funding for 3 years, and providing them a whole range of other support, so that when they get to the end of the 3 years, they're self-sufficient and carry on, and we can bring a whole new cohort of groups and organisations into the next round.
And I actually agree with that, Hadley, because I could see that myself. People who've been applying for funding for as long as I can remember, and it's almost like it's an automatic tick over. And I think there's probably been a level of intimidation actually, because it's like, oh gosh, if we don't give them money, what are they going to do then? So now they're aware that actually this is the new way, and you've got this time to move forward and look for something else. I do agree with that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I just wonder whether Mangakino is a little bit different. I can see this working really easily in Mangakino if it was our rep group that administered the funds, as we always have, like it's just easy. The thing I'm worried about is if we're trying to like wean groups off, kind of, we have one major group that kind of does all of our community stuff. And so if we weaned them off, say for example, yeah, we're not going to give funding out anymore. Like this, like that is the group where everyone goes to, because that's the one that's got the, you know, they've got all the yeah, all the resource, and you know, they do the audits and all that sort of things. Whereas some of the other groups, yeah, don't have the capacity to do that, or there's just not the other groups. They just all join the one because we're so small. So yeah, I wouldn't like to see them not become not eligible if we don't have pokies in town. We don't the avenues to try and get other sources of funding. They are there, but it's not always as easy, and yeah, and don't necessarily have the capacity to be able to apply.
the funds too. But anyway, so that I'm just a little bit worried about that. And the other thing I'd be worried about is if we just did our strategic direction. Sometimes for the community, like something might come up that's actually more of a priority. Like say, for example, I know in the past if we've had, a spate of say tagging, we know that the priority in our community is, getting our youth into a youth program, and because we can see that's missing, we need to be able to act on that. So just having that little bit of knowing the community, and that's just from the past.
Your shout,
Oh,
Annie,
yeah.
your
Thank
shout.
you.
Just follow on from what Keith said, you
Thanks,
it didn't accuse me that I've got the same issue in Turangi. We've got Mangakino-Pouakani and we've got Tongariro Rep Group, so. Well, they're completely different areas and different, so again, it's what councillor. About two completely different areas joined together.
Oh, so, it doesn't mean the dollar amounts for that area.
It doesn't matter right now.
Oh, no, I'd like to know.
So through the chair, you'll decide on the overall amount to set to this program for adoption of the LTP, and after that point, we will come back to you to see how you'd like to split it up between.
We've got to get the policy in place
Yeah,
before we
that's
can
right.
do that.
I just want to get a feel for we're talking about.
Well, what
for
we've
example,
done in the past.
are we talking about 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? I mean,
Just keep in mind.
Give
perhaps
context
what we've
to
done
how many,
before.
that's all.
So the overall amount to the last LTP was 600,000 per year. That was split up. About 280 of that went to partnership agreements, so multi-year funding. The remainder was split up between the 6 different one-off funds. We had 100,000 went to social services, 30 to the arts, 40 to sports, 25 to Mangakino, 65 to Turangi-Tongariro, and 20 to Taupō and Taupō East Rural.
Does the 50,000 that's set aside for arts, is that included in that 600,000?
No.
So we already have a ring-fenced amount for arts.
No, this is new money.
Yeah, so this is in addition to, so it's already ring-fenced for the arts, effectively?
So through the chair, that $50,000 of new money that Steve's spoken about, what we are proposing is to shift that across into this community funding pool. So at the moment, that is budget from the budget that Steve has at the moment. So at the moment, the total funding pool is 600 grand. That would increase that pool to $650,000, so that partnership agreement, or sorry, that strategic fund would increase by $50,000. The other thing that you'll see in the recommendations, which are attached to the other report, is around a transfer of funds from the Black Taupō funding to increase $50,000 from that fund as well, which would bring the overall fund pool to $700,000 is what we're proposing.
And the contestable 25,000 we've got for, what's the art?
So you actually.
Public
don't
art,
at this point,
it's not even in there.
Which is actually raised in a separate paper, which.
So that we're still planning to do that, but do it separately?
Well, no, at this point in the time, there's no contestable fund for public art.
Okay, thank you, yes.
It's a decision that you'll come to, but that's where we're at
Councillor
now.
Taylor. At the risk of dropping into the semantics of your policy, then go to page 324. You've got it at point 24. Council will only accept applications for funding submitted through its website. 27. This council will direct any requests for funding made through the LTP and annual plan to the community funding program. That doesn't sit well with me, because if we're only accepting them through the website and then people apply through the annual plan or long-term plan, that's not through the website, so it's a contradiction. So one or other needs to be amplified or cut out. My preference is long-term plan or annual plan, that when people apply, we bounce them immediately and say, no, this is where you need to go. Because if you leave it the way it is, it's conflicted.
So through the chair, is this to do around community funds versus strategic relationship versus accelerator funds?
with all of them in my mind. It's the entry into the system, whichever lane you then get into once you're in the system, it's the front door.
Right, gotcha.
And at the moment, we've got 2 front doors when we're saying we've only got 1. So my suggestion is you change 27 needs to be, or paragraph 27 needs to be changed to align with the previous paragraph.
Through the chair, just considering those comments, I think it's probably not well worded, but I think it's meaning 2 different things. So historically, well, we used to accept grant applications through LTPs and annual plans, and then this policy, the previous policy brought in that actually they would only go through the community funding program. Once they're into the community funding program, you can then only apply through the website, as opposed to making a paper application for a grant. So I think it's 2 different things. It's just the order in which they've come within the policy is probably confusing things. So I think we'll just have a look at that, just how we get that order right. But it is 2 different
things to reflect what we actually intend to say.
Correct. Yeah.
Just a last question. Can people apply to more than one fund? No, apply to more than one fund. I mean, you might not necessarily get one, you might get another one. Can they apply for more than one fund?
Through the chair, what we've said in the policy is that you can only get 1 grant from 1 fund per year. So they could apply 1 year, get it, apply the next financial year and receive it. They can't apply to multiple funds because that's the issue we have at the moment with groups coming to many different.
So
many of our different
no,
funds.
you can only apply to the accelerated fund, not the strategic.
Correct.
Thank you.
On that point, just something occurred to me about the area funds. The area funds, just say a sculptor wants to put a sculpture. What's stopping them? I mean, you're saying you couldn't, but why can't they apply for each of the 3 areas? You'd only get, and of course, the sculpture would only end up in that area that it gets accepted. But you're saying you couldn't even apply for.
They can apply to them, but they won't get funding from.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They will only get 1. Just to mention for you also, to keep in mind, we also administer the Creative Community Scheme Fund. So that's a fund from central government that Creative Taupo currently distribute on our behalf. We do all the admin for them and then they make the decisions. That's about $37,000 per year. We get the agreement for that in sort of 4-year chunks, and that goes through till we'll get a new one next year. But just to keep in mind, that's separate to this conversation, but Creative Taupo do distribute that funding.
That's it, you've done.
These little pockets, isn't it? So, well, my light's on. So do they have to be a resident of the district to apply for this? No, I just thought of arts funding. Oh no, okay. I betrayed my ignorance here, but well, for example, the dinosaur sculptor, if he didn't live in the district, could he have?
It's not the group.
That's the artist.
It's going to be here. It's not going to be in some other part of the country.
Oh yeah. It ends up here, obviously. But
Golf trust.
yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
The answer is actually no, if you look, irrespective of where the organisation or individual is based or resides, as long as it benefits the local community. So the answer is no.
It's a fair question. That's been challenged before, isn't it? For somebody that lives here and they go to school in another district and they want to apply. So you talk about that focus on that. It's a criteria.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Well, then maybe the dinosaur sculpture wasn't a good example of what you're trying to get at. You're just confusing it a little bit.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry. Clarify. The answer is no to the question is. What's the question?
Oh, it's not question.
The answer's no.
This is the answer.
Councillor Fletcher and
What
I
is the
had
question?
to consider a group that was outside the community coming and doing something over the summer break last year, the state people.
Oh, yes.
And they were travelling through the country.
But it was for the benefit of your community.
They weren't based here, they had nothing to do with here.
Community to thrive.
But the answer would be no under our policy.
No, they don't have to, no, they don't have to reside here. They don't have to.
Sorry, no, yeah. No, they don't have to reside here, right, I get it, that's the question.
Reside here as long as it benefits the community.
So, what are the, who's gonna get upset?
Oh, people are always going to be upset. We can't.
Groups still apply as per the normal situation. Money's not 600 grand, it'll be for individuals.
It will be creative communities, money
Change to the applicant criteria. It's just that groups or individuals will be applying to a different place than maybe they have in the past.
And I think the key message is the funding hasn't reduced, it's actually increasing. So the eligibility of those groups.
That should be the highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I can answer the question straight away. I can tell you who's going to get upset is those that are on the receiving end of the lolly scramble that we've been dishing out year on year through the other funding arms that we've used. And the expectation which we have established, which this policy seeks to terminate, is that council are a bank that they can draw on. And I think the policy is great. The devil is in the detail. I think this sets us up strategically in the right direction. So I could probably give you a list off the top of my head. I'm looking at the sports round, having been to a couple of the sports rounds, handing out checks for a few $100s here and there. Multiple groups are going to get upset immediately.
Why would you say that they won't?
Because they're not going to.
Criteria?
I look at the criteria. A lot of those are going to struggle to align themselves with what we are trying to do in terms of this policy, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
I think we're actually moving in the right direction. When I come back though, we haven't yet resolved the issue of membership of the distribution committees.
Yeah. So what are you suggesting there again?
So just through the chair, at the moment, we've obviously got the Mangakino-Pouakani representative group, which does have community representatives sitting on it. At Turangi, we have the Turangi-Tongariro Community Funding Committee that gets stood up to distribute these funds, which does have community representatives on it. It's the Taupō East Rural Community Fund Distribution Committee that is only made up of councillors. So that could be the only one, and I have to look around potential secondees onto that who are non-councillors, and whether that can happen mid-training. But that would be the only committee that we would look at to bring.
You can always change your tune.
How many externals would you have?
That would be over to you as the decision makers. How many you felt comfortable? A couple probably to bring that down.
My suggestion would be, that the strategic partnership fund and the accelerator fund is purely in-house, because that's more of a strategic alignment with what we're trying to do. So we don't need community reps on that, would be my suggestion.
On what?
The strategic fund and.
Oh, no, that's us.
Through the chair, that's what amended policy now says. It's a decision of councillors.
So can I just ask, with the creative community money we get to be distributed for creative communities, where does that then sit if we're the administrator of?
Goes to that committee.
Which committee?
Government one.
We don't have a creative committee anymore.
Yeah, well.
So that sits completely separate.
Okay, cool.
Right, administration support.
Administration support, and we process.
So just through the chair, can we just ensure that those passionate art people that came to us are assured that that community funding is still there, that hasn't been taken away?
Yeah. That comes up every 4 years with central government.
Yes. Like the rural.
There'll be a vacancy.
Travel fund?
Andrew Welsh.
Rural sport fund?
Strong
Rural
advocate of all that.
travel
Chairman
fund?
of the committee. I think.
travel funds didn't go.
There'll be a vacancy there anyway. So, Councillor Shepherd.
Well, actually, that was my question.
That's good. Keep it with the RDP. Yes.
So that should alleviate any, well, for the, in the first.
Yeah, because some of those applicants are always quite neat, quite interesting.
Rachel's lights on.
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
I've got somebody.
People, the RDP comes from central government for
Mm.
independent.
Sorry, Rachel, still speaking.
Oh, Rachel, that was your question, was
It was.
He's found left eye.
Yeah, no, my light's on.
Yeah.
If your lights on.
That should, I know it's central government funding, but that should alleviate the arts concern in the first instance, because there's some fundings that's coming in that they know that they're going to get. It also then means we can proceed with what we're doing and iron out the kinks.
And through the chair, in conjunction with the additional funding that Steve's got in the implementation of the Arts Ngātaui action plan as well, I think once we have that conversation with them, we can alleviate many of those concerns.
So is that 50,000 being ring fenced for arts as well? That's just going into the, yeah, right. Okay.
Some of the action points.
No.
Names come in, John, and then Councillor Lachlan.
And Kirsty Finlay.
Yes, he is. Oh, sorry, yes, I can see you there.
Wonder why.
Oh, you know, through the chair, I think I know, I was just reading, I mentioned, I had mentioned before about the big 6 years, policy 6 years, obviously. Does give opportunity for, this is obviously broadening the reach, isn't it, the community as well, giving more opportunities, you know, obviously the accelerator fund, obviously, but it is still that. For 3 years, but I mean, obviously, I'd imagine a lot of the groups in that fund category will be becoming self-sufficient, and relying on more opportunity for other groups to be have the funds available for the new apply as well. Yeah.
Councillor Lachlan? Oh, sorry, Councillor Truman.
So just on page 319,
Oh, the time is 319. That was weird.
That's scary.
Calling an end to today's meeting.
Right.
so with correcting mistakes, and I just want to see if it's a mistake or not, is under community grant fund, it says they allocated once per year. So is that the?
Sorry, Shane's got a couple of amendments that bring up on the resolutions, and that's one of them. Yeah.
That's twice a year.
So it should say.
Yeah, obviously it says twice, but we hadn't created that in the framework, so we are by Shane's resolutions.
That's it, Taylor.
So just so we're clear, we are signing off on the policy today, but there's still two decisions which we'll come back with. One is how we slice and dice the total fund across the different funding streams or allocation streams. And then the second decision there is whether we cap individual applications and at what level we do so. So that's a future conversation. Yeah?
Future conversation, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Just referring back to your comment, that some organisations will be upset that they haven't even stopped from applying.
The eligibility criteria may actually rule them out.
Yeah, okay. So they'll have to change their organisations too.
Well, they'll need to stop relying on the ratepayers.
So the other thing I was going to say, this, in my view, assists us going forward long term. So one of the big picture reasons we did what we did with the TEL fund is to enable us at some stage in the future, when that grows to a position when we're able to do what Rotorua and Tauranga Western Bay Plenty have been doing, so that this fund could arguably, some years in the future, grow from 600 to 7 figures plus if we really wanted to do this properly. So we have the ability, this sets us up to actually do that quite nicely.
Through the chair, just obviously getting back to Kevin's point about allocating funds, you know, strategic types or strategic funding, until we get the applications in. Kevin's doesn't need to go, you know, how much do you allocate, you know, just between 20 and 50, or they're 10 strategic, you know, what they're 2. I mean, there's an interesting conversation, how you split it up. Allocate it.
So, right, how How are we going? Anything further to add?
Going well.
From us, no, Shane's got the resolutions.
Hi there, David. I've had my hand up for a little while.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you down there, Charlie. We can't see your beautiful face. Come in, Councillor Leonard. With the cows. Calves. Oh.
Go ahead, Kylie.
The electric fence is interfering.
Just lost it. Councillor Lachlan?
Yeah, just good in terms of the feedback letters, in terms of the ones where they're concerned about the arts, to have some of the detail, including the stuff with Creative New Zealand, Creative, whatever it is, to be part of those responses, if helpful.
Through the chair, we can bring some of those back to you and look at, just so there's comfortability on what those things say.
Kylie, come in now if you can.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just some technical issues at my end. I understand the intention behind this policy, but I do have real concerns around our very small community organisations that might need $600 a year, for example, to keep going. So the cost of getting audited books, etc., that enable them to apply to other funding organisations debilitates them without, if this fund and the handing them out, like leading them to another place, doesn't work for them. So I just wonder where they're captured within this policy and how we ensure, because they do make a difference in the community. They don't need a whole lot to keep going, but the cost of things, and we know that they're doing a great job, but the cost of things like audited books to enable them to apply to other funding sources is debilitating for them. I just wonder if that's something that we need to consider amongst the policy.
Good question.
Kirsty's.
Brian?
Sorry, through the chair, so are you referencing groups that would be applying for community grants? Because if it's
Yes,
for community grants,
that's exactly what I'm referencing, yes.
but there's no requirement in the policy for them to have audited books to apply for a community grant.
I understand that, but if they're applying on an ongoing basis, so a group I'm thinking of needs about $600 to keep going, they generally get granted through our funding sources, they're $600 a year, but the principle behind what we've got sitting here is that we wean people off the council funds and go elsewhere to seek funding. Whereas if you don't have things like audited accounts because you're not big enough, or it doesn't warrant the cost of getting those annual reports done, audited reports, etc., does that mean that we're putting our community at risk because these groups will cease to exist?
Just through the chair, so this is the two different funds and the difference between them. So that accelerator fund, that is the multi-year fund. Councillor Leonard, what I think you're referring to is the one-off funds that groups come to us for. The proposal is that they come once per year, and they can definitely come again, and there's no requirement for them to have audited accounts as such, but the idea behind what's in the policy is that they get groups are only eligible to receive one-off grant from council per year.
So they would apply for the community grant system, Kylie, and there's not a strict criteria for that. So.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, cool. But the whole idea is long term, we would love to see these organisations weaning off us. Yes.
Yeah, and that's where our team's in a really cool position to be able to connect groups to external funding.
Yeah. Right, Councillor Truman.
So again, because we've got one organisation that does a lot, say for example, we've got 2 funding rounds and they might be putting something in for Matariki, and then they might also want to go, oh, we'll do a Christmas parade. Oh, we can't apply because we've already put in, but that is what the community would want to give. And, you know, they're struggling to try and get the volunteers. Sometimes they're not going to know at the start of the year the whole year is going to look like if they can only put in one funding, which is I think the purpose of having 2 funding rounds. So I think that, I mean, it's up to that could be a criteria that we look at, but I think it should be up to the committee to decide whether, it's valid or not, or no, they've already had some, so no more. I think that needs to be included because, yeah, we have one group that does all different things. Patariki, Easter, and yeah.
So you've got 2 funding rounds, but only 1 application per year is what you're saying at the moment, existing. So
And we're going to know at the start of the year what they're going to do for the rest of the year. Then
We had exactly that group just set up in Turangi. We've got a group of people there who are getting together and they're doing all the different events. Everything you're saying is ringing bells with me. Libby, we've got that group who've just taken on board all of that stuff and they're going to do the different events across the year.
So we're going to have groups setting up another group for the sake of setting up another group in order to access funding, which is seems ridiculous.
is there room for discretion there? Mangakino and Turangi.
Projects rather than different groups. For the
that
same
right?
group applying for a different project. Matariki Christmas.
Well, just that, like the answer if that's possible. Good question from Councillor Truman. Very small community, same people doing all the work. Anyway, you want to have a think about it?
Well, just looking at the policy itself, which talks about the 1 grant per year. I mean, you could potentially change that to 2 if that was something you'd be wanting to do. So there's 2 funding rounds and up to 2 successful grants per year, potentially. If you do that.
Once for your whole year.
It's money, so I think people need to be organised too, people need to.
Yeah, but sometimes you've got to get your quotes. Well, you're not going to get them for the Christmas parade.
Yeah.
It's January, or I don't know when.
They won't be valid for that long anyway.
Yeah.
Could I make a suggestion on that then?
Yeah, yes.
What if we were to ask if they've applied to the fund before and when, and then it be discretionary after that? If we know that they've applied and they've been issued a grant and what it was for, it might be we say no on the basis that they've just received a grant, or in the case of Mangakino, they can say yes, we did apply for this and we got it, and now we'd like it for this, and the discretionary powers are there to, or the
From what I can remember, it's part of
The committee then so the discretion.
yeah. So we just ask them. Yeah.
It'll happen in Turangi-Tongariro as well.
Yeah, it's usually a part of
You're not
Sorry,
applying.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, look, I hear all that and I have huge sympathy, but we need to be careful we don't end up pivoting around the applicants that we're likely to receive instead of pivoting around the document and the policy which sets a strategic direction. Otherwise, we're going to end up making so many exceptions and watering down what we've just been discussing that we might as well not have it. And I get it, I understand. But if we go, but what about, and what about, and what about, then we might as well just go back to what we're doing now and just bits are off. So we just need to be quite disciplined about this. Sorry to be grumpy, but that's, not keeping it.
This is the nature of small communities.
Get that?
We've only got this amount of people that actually do anything. You've got thousands. We don't. And I mean, Kirsty's completely right. And I didn't even think of it. And I can name those people in our community who actually do it. And they will,
You need to sit with them and get
I
them.
think we need to agree, we need to keep things simple though. And I think it's up to you to make sure that those very few people, because you can just, who they are, know that this is the new regime. And actually our job's not to solve every problem, so if maybe we don't have to fund every, Christmas in the park or every Waitangi Day, celebration. It's a nice, it's good to do these things and everything else, but we're not trying to be the answer to everybody, which is part of this conversation which we talked about earlier, is we're trying to move away from these communities needing to come to us as council as the sole, funding ATM machine for these.
I suppose the argument for that has got to be that we've got that same group of people who are approving those funds. There's not different people. It's the same board. I mean, it was Betcha, Titanka and myself that did the funding around in Turangi. And so we know exactly last time what we did, and we will know next time what we did last time. I think we've got to be really careful. It's not the tyranny of the majority here.
And I don't think it was broken in Mangakino, like as far as giving out those grants, I don't think it was broken. And I think it's a good spend of ratepayer money. Like that's what we're there to do. We meet the community need. They know they can come to us for these things, and that's they can see the spend of their ratepayer money going to good community causes. I think it's good.
I'm not changing anything really. Gonna be fine. But the only suggestion of this session is one application per funding round. So thanks.
So I think what you could potentially do if we're looking at the policy and it's bullet point 26, is it says current council will approve 1 grant per year. You could change that to council will approve up to 2 grants.
Yeah, good, done.
Yeah.
Resolution. Well, I'll just briefly comment. I mean, a policy is a statement of intent and direction. I think that you want flexibility actually, but you don't want to be held to anything.
Policies, not guidelines, Duncan.
No. Well, look up what the definition of. I think we want a thing, call it whatever you want to call it. It's a statement of intent and direction rather than held to any rigid rule book. And I still think some sort of statement of intent to proportion. We intend to proportion. This is what I think some sort of statement of intent, whatever you call it, that we will proportion arts roughly, approximately similar to what it used to be, if you like.
Sorry, through the chair, we've gone out and consulted on this. We have had submissions. We have gone through hearings. We're now in deliberations about what we consulted on and the submissions received. We are not here to do new stuff that is not part of our gambit. So I think the councillor needs to take heed of all the advice he's been given over the last 4 days and listen.
I think you will, what you've just said about not wanting to back ourselves into a corner, if you go and say we attempt to do this, it's a target, you are kind of backing yourself into a corner. I think it will have the opposite effect that you're trying to achieve.
You're supposed to be flexible.
It's not on the committee.
It's not flexible.
Okay.
Well, I mean, at the end of the funding round, that those who are out there will measure and add up and work out. Yeah, no. I mean, whatever you do, you'll be susceptible to criticism. Actually, there's no way you'll be flawless. There's absolutely no way. But I thought, and it's in response to the submissions about the arts, of course, some sort of general statement of intent. So you want no statement, no.
Duncan, you're on a road to nowhere.
So what are we going to do? What assurance can we get them? Just.
We've got like that it's contestable, and we're going to look at how the committees are structured to ensure there's fair representation.
So at the end of the day, it is money that we're giving out. Sure. Make sure that there's within our bounds to set the rules and the regulations around it. And I think
someone else won a medal.
Their structures need to be in place to have the ability to apply for these funds. So at the end of the day, it's our money, people's money we're giving out. So don't need to go soft with it or anything like that, but we need to just have some firm proof. But Kirsty's come in with a good suggestion, and we've supported that, Kirsty, so we'll do that. Right, next thing, Brian, anything else, Hadley?
Sorry, through the chair, just to talk to a couple of those yellow points. So the first one, A, is just an amendment in the policy, clause 14, to add the following words. And it's relating to the framework, which you also are adopting, but the policy will reference it, saying that this will be adopted separately by council. The community funding eligibility and assessment framework may be amended via resolution at any time. So that enables you to make amendments to that because it's simply a framework. So if something crops up in the future and you need to make a tweak to it, it can just happen via resolution at a council meeting. The second one, and it's coming back to your point before, Councillor Taylor, around that wording in clause 24 relating to it going through the website. We've re-looked at that, actually doesn't add any value at all, we think. So we're proposing to just strike that out entirely and leave clause 27 as it was. And then the other two are the one grant becoming up to 2 grants per year. And then number D is in the eligibility framework. You'll see that we had a bit of oversight that we'd left once per year in there. We've just amended that back to twice per year in alignment with the policy.
You want to move that resolution now?
Yeah. The individual grants, still the max is still 5,000. For two.
So at this stage, that decision will come back to you at a later date as to how you slice and dice the funding.
Everyone happy? You have to move that?
Yeah, and to move.
B, C and D. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carry.
I voted aye.
Aye. Thank you, Brian, for all this information.
Right. Just through the chair, sorry, can I just this is one of the biggest policy changes we've made, and it's something we're already passionate about. I think that Briar, Hadley, everyone involved in developing our new framework that has really exceeded expectations and given us a lot to think about. So thank you.
The community feedback actually represents that, so reflects that. So thank you. You think, right, Nick?
The end is in sight.
Release that.
Touch wood, Nicholas.
I think this is, hopefully this is the last substantive conversation you need to have on.
Full size.
So attached to item 5.1, there's an attachment, page 29, which is the officer recommended changes. That's the original version. And then a couple of pages over on page 33 is the updated version. The only difference between the two versions is the last one. So we'll look at that version too, the update.
Sorry, I haven't found it.
Sorry. It's the 29th of July meeting. It's item 5.1 and it's on page 33 of the agenda.
You need to click on updates if you haven't done so to get that page to download.
Also can jump straight there too.
Sorry.
Oh yes, this that I've scribbled.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, one more time, please.
So it's 29th of July. Agenda. It's item 5.1, the first item. It's on page 33 of the book.
33 or 330?
33.
33.
So if you click on updates, it takes you straight there.
It didn't. It took me to 330.
Which part? What are you talking about, Nick?
Should say attachment officer recommended changes at the top.
Yeah.
Should be a nice table with some blue shading.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Water district backflow. Why is it necessary? So you want that moved?
Oh
no.
This could save some rate money.
Yeah.
Rate increase.
To do is give you the opportunity to ask any questions that you have about the staff changes that are sitting in that table. And these changes are essentially they're really a collection of different drivers. Some you will see were inputting errors that we've picked up through quality assurance. Should have been a 200 and we put a 100 by mistake. And then some of them reflect new information that's emerged in recent times. So we've finished a design process and now we know the project cost X dollars instead of Y dollars. Or we've now got more information and we've shifted money from one year to another to better reflect our understanding of the project.
Through the chair, can we start with quantum, please? Project Quantum. There's a number of different little bits through this which are to do with Project Quantum and then in year one.
What I will just make very clear is I will be a ringleader, but I'll call on the exec who will have all of the sensible answers for you.
Yeah, sure. So there is a couple of items and there was a good reason for that. So I believe Libby came to you at Risk and Insurance and did bring up that CapEx budget amount of 200,000 due to the prices moving. Now there was actually separate items that, although related to quantum, kind of for different reasons. So yeah.
Digitization improvements, yeah.
Yeah, so there is a number. There was the CapEx budget by 50,000 to complete forecasting work. So that's work that is already underway. The reason why we are requesting additional budget is because we did put extra resource into the long-term plan, which took away from that purchase order for the forecasting. The forecasting is really important for the business to be able to manage their budgets. So yeah, that was the reason for that. Then we had an amount for 50,000, I believe, for bank transactions.
Capital, right.
Bank transactions, I think. Sorry,
Rate system implementation, staff capitalisation, but they're all CapEx, are they?
Yes.
There's no OpEx.
So no. So minimal impact on rates. However, obviously that does look like we split it, but they were quite separate things. So the Nick's just pulling up. I think it's 50,000, Jeanette. Yeah. So as part of the current property and rating system implementation, it's identified that bank transactions will not come in the same. They need to be in a specific way in order for the system to automatically match. Now that change is quite normal, but we'd have to request the ratepayer to do it themselves. And if we didn't, our team would have to manually match all those transactions, which is obviously significant work. However, we found out that kind of late in the piece that the bank would do this work for us and literally go in the background and change everyone's references to us, which was a cost of 50,000, which was a significant saving. And then there was one more, which was this amount of 300,000 for capitalisation and 150,000 for capitalisation. Now, how that came about was that finance went in the background and increased all capitalisation rates to try and bring the rates number down. It was part of one of the improvements we did to bring that rates number down and increase our capitalisation rates. However, Tracy was unaware of that and used the old capitalisation rates in quantum, and Jeanette had actually applied them in the last year in the annual plan year as well. So it's an internal charge. So we've got the rate side. So if you were going to turn that one down, it would actually have a $450,000 rates impact because we've got the rate side in there, but we didn't have the amount on the capital budget. So they were quite separate issues. So sorry, they were separated, but intentionally because we didn't want to, hey, this is for Project Quantum, when really there was, quite separate issues in there and clearly defined, but it does seem like a large amount when you add them all together.
That's okay, and it being, like you say, CapEx, so the bang on rates, and it's not going to really help. What I'm trying to do is try and get the proposed rate, average rate increase down. Legal costs. Legal fees, budget and costs have been increased by a further 100K. I know that we've never really had a budget for legal fees because we don't know what we don't know. So is this around more process driven or external advice that may be needed on projects? Because I know that we don't encounter being taken to court.
Yeah, so we do have a budget for legal fees. However, we've had our first complainant in the John Paul case come in, and we expect there may be some to follow. We wanted to allow a little bit extra budget to cover possible legal fee increase due to these cases. So Nigel did cover that in his litigation update in confidential to Risk and Insurance.
I'm trying to save some money. Yes.
No, we feel like we need some more support in terms of some of the things that.
It's okay. I'm just,
get it. Understand. We're in the same. Yeah.
Positive to 106.
If we want to go into detail, we could talk about that at a different time.
And that's maybe at Risk and Insurance.
Maybe at Risk and Insurance. Being able to provide enough information to support a decision.
Yeah. Sorry, and considering it's around legal fees, I suppose a more detailed conversation is not a good idea.
Yeah, so as you're aware, there was an engineering review budget, I think that's what we called it, in the last financial year. We don't have that in next financial year. That was used as some of your rate surplus from the increased rates income we received. However, we didn't have that in the next year, and we hadn't had anything that we believed would drive an increase in legal fees until this obviously came up.
But unfortunately, I understand.
Anything else, no? Accounting stuff, all this valuation stuff and things with Audit New Zealand.
So I did explain that on the first day, and it is unfortunate, but they're actually already underway because we've had no choice if we want to ensure that we get sign off for a long-term plan. So that's one of our key risks, and I don't know if Julie was going to expand on that at some stage.
No, I just echo Councillor Park's comments around disappointing the cost of our audit process, but it is a legal requirement. We need to jump into that process to be done quick to be able to resolve 30th of September. If it's helpful, the Auditor General has also asked central government to review the audit requirements for local government. So,
that's good. Can you tell them that there's people, food banks that are going to go hungry now because of the fee increase?
It is really important that they provide a public assurance role, but it's probably grown quite a lot.
So through the chair, the staff have done an absolutely amazing job bringing a draft LTP to us. We've been through quite a robust process, but we're still looking at an average of 12.2 or 12.6%. So what would staff's advice be for us now as a wider team to look at how we can make this just slightly more affordable for ratepayers? Because we went out with an average of 11 point something. We all know that it's mostly due to waters. I get that. But we've actually taken, there's not a general understanding of all the ins and outs. So we've taken out bins. Everyone's like, yay, council, you've listened to us, but now we're going to go out with possibly a higher average rate increase. So I'm just trying to, how do we wrap this up in a good way without saying to you, go away and take out. I don't know what there is, cost efficiencies there are from an operational perspective, and I don't want to interfere in operations, but I'm really keen to look at how we may be able to get this average rate increase down without. Thank you.
Sorry, do you need to just update that we are actually sitting at 11.9 because there's been an update. And that pensioner housing, because we haven't budgeted the increase in revenue. So those two items have brought that down a little bit. But I think Julie had was talking, sorry, I appreciate it was during the break, but about a couple of things we could do. So there's obviously some decisions around the non-funding depreciation. Again, I'm really reluctant to recommend that. However, Julie did mention there was a couple of items that you could take a risk on some of the assumptions around.
Yeah, I guess that's where we've budgeted thinking, well, been pretty clear that the legislation is going to change, but we don't know. For example, Tony will probably tell me off, the local orders done well work. We do have to do a water services plan. We know it's going to require some work. We've budgeted over 2 years. The government came back and said, actually, we'd like to only have 1 year, but that probably will be until probably September. We could take some risk. But my concern is that will be here for unbudgeted expenditure quite quickly, but those are some items where you could just take a risk in terms of the scope of the work, given that there's a bit of uncertainty around legislation. But we're getting down to that kind of level of.
So unfortunately, executive did a lot of work up front and the wider org. Sorry, it wasn't just us, but around looking at that. Given we started at such a big number, we did a lot of work at looking at what efficiencies we could put across the board, and we really did kind of come up with everything that we could out of the hat. And I'm not sure that there's too much in there, particularly from an operational perspective. As I said, there is still the option with the non-funding of depreciation, whether we did a 25-75 split, but the only other one item too is we had our Treasury advisor in last week. Sorry, the weeks have merged. The week before, last week. And he advised due to the latest OCR announcement that there would be a revised cost of funds that we can apply for our long-term plan, given again we're adopting late. So that would be a reduction. However, I'm not quite sure how much it comes down the first year because we obviously do have fixed interest as well. So there is possibly a little bit of savings there. I did say to Jeanette not to apply it yet because we've got that and the bill indexes to look at, which will apply from year 2. And I said it's probably quite nice to go together because one should slightly offset the other. But yeah, there's possibly a little bit of savings that can come in that interest space.
Very good.
But I guess, you know, it's your plan. If your direction is you want us to go away and come back to you, that's your direction.
7.9 sounds good.
Well, I guess, you know, we started at a much higher number. I'm just reminding that, you know, 10%, wasn't it? Was depreciation and interest. There's not a lot of fat. You start from that perspective. Those are things that we can't change. But you're sitting at
on average around
11.9. You're still achieving a lot for the community on the top of impact can't change.
Well, if we do that depreciation wangle, how much do we go to? What do we get to?
So I think I said to you every it was about $2 million, so 25% would be 500,000. So it's about 0.5% on rates you could whack off doing the depreciation.
Just kicking the can down the road anyway.
Yeah. And equally, given what we think might be a cost, equally what we think might be some inflation adjusters that might come in for year 2. I'd be Sarah's view. I share a very similar view that I wouldn't be recommending that.
I kind of regret doing it last time. I regret. No rate increase in 2020.
Hindsight's always a wonderful thing, unfortunately, because, you know, again, we thought that was a one-off. Inflation would come down pretty quick. Government's, you know, again, instruction to the Reserve Bank, but it just hasn't happened it didn't happen as quickly as they thought. And then now it's happening a little bit quicker than they thought. So.
Crane be finished.
Yeah,
Our standard was credit rating.
Knew about a world pandemic.
Holding it pretty well, isn't it? Our standard was credit ratings holding it pretty well.
Yep, I was.
I'll watch.
Yeah, I'll watch, but that's the institutional framework.
Yeah.
So outside of our control, they're actually very happy with us. Again, we were, not to go back to that, but we were one of the only councils that was on watch that didn't get revised down. Yeah, they said the interview with the mayor and he was the.
Oh, he just wanted a pat on it.
Right, Nick, Kendall, what have we got now?
I think we're in a place where we can pass a set of resolutions. I've flicked them through to Shaney to add up there. And these are essentially meant to be a mop-up to pick up everything that you've made a decision on over the last couple of days that would drive us to go away and either alter the amount in the budget line or the timing of the budget. We are really conscious that you've provided us a lot of good guidance today about how we communicate back to submitters on issues. And we'll certainly go away and do that. And you'll see Resolution 3 talks about directing officers to go away and start that process. It's certainly not a quick process. As you've seen, there's a lot of information to try and convey back to people. But one is really the encapsulation of the decisions that we understand that you've made. Now, there's one in particular, it's D, which is about moving some money in terms of those youth play spaces. Really conscious you had a conversation around that. That's probably one in particular you need to focus on and have we encapsulated where you wanted to land?
It wasn't just Turangi.
Yeah, sorry, through the chair. With C, I don't know if Councillor Leonard's still online, but wasn't that existing footpath funding, and correct me if I'm wrong, to go from River Road to the the footpath from BP to Waraki, or was that to be within the village? No, Waraki Village to the BP, Waraki Drive.
it's not
No,
right.
So just to be clear. it
God,
was
imagine
about-
if I got that over the line for
It was
them, they'd be
about swapping
stoked.
funding that was currently
yes,
allocated
sorry,
for the
yeah.
footpath in River Road,
Yeah,
which the community has identified that they don't see as a priority.
yeah. I
Taking
know,
that
that's right.
funding
Yeah,
and
right,
moving it to
sorry.
River, to Wairaki Village.
But was it with the footpath? It was the footpath that for BP to Waraki Village. Yeah, I think we need,
That funding over there to do.
we need to clarify that because there were a few different requests, and that to me
Yes,
means
please.
around the school and the playground, not
So
The way it sort of
BP.
reads is that we do
Waraki
footpath,
Drive.
River Road, Waraki.
Okay, so instead of Waraki Village, if we made it Waraki Drive, that would be clear?
Yeah. Well, yes, it is. Waraki BP to Waraki Village.
Or to the roundabout
It's not,
anyway.
it's not a state highway
Yeah,
anymore.
well, it goes on the state highway.
The state highways are at the top.
Waraki local
the
road?
roundabout. They
Yeah,
stop
road.
there and it's actually from Wairaki Village to the
Drop
BP.
down to the, yeah.
Are there any quick wins to Mangakino?
And D, it shouldn't just be for Tūrangi community. I thought it was for smaller communities.
Can we perhaps, if it's okay, I know Shani's trying to draft C, perhaps we stay with C to just help her out for a second.
Wairaki Drive.
Wairaki Drive.
And instead of move it, can we put the existing, footpath?
Footpath funding, funding, comma.
Yeah.
Do we say funding for River Road?
That's
to
all right.
Wairaki?
Yes.
Should we just put Turangi community across all?
Do you have a Waraki Drive?
Number C.
Who now?
We can make one.
So Tūrangi Road to.
Yeah, it's my.
That's perfect, Tony.
Existing footpath funding for River Road to Wairaki. We need a comma after River Road?
No,
No.
you can change the meaning of the sentence.
So the 35,000 is definitely the figure for all of them.
Do we need say points?
That's it, D. Well,
Yes, I think we could.
It can make it sound more professional.
Some quick outcomes.
Outcome throughout the district. Yeah.
Then we're not saying wins.
Earlier wins,
Or-
earlier outcomes.
Quick outcome.
Immediate outcomes?
Yes.
Yes, good on you,
Thank
Nick.
you, Nick.
Thank you.
You should be like the head of policy.
Planning honors.
Is that D only, is that only intended for youth play spaces? I thought it was sort of a general do stuff, little stuff, whether it was youth or other things. I thought that was just an example.
Well, Rangatahi and then submission.
The reason we've used that term is you've got an existing budget line with capital sitting in it.
Yeah, okay, so it will be for youth play spaces, generally speaking, okay.
But if the basketball hoops go up and they get vandalised, that's it.
Right, no.
Oh, sorry, can I ask where is B? Sorry, I think.
What number are you on?
Oh, B. Sorry, I missed
No
that.
renewal
I walked away with that, from that thinking we'd chopped it out altogether. It was in year 1 and 2 before, wasn't it?
The proposal had been to put it into year 1 and year 2. And then what we heard was, as a result of your debate, wanted to include it, but you wanted to put it out from the first 3 years.
No, I mean, I thought I was hearing that, unless I heard it all wrong, that you're doing, Tony, you're doing works starting this year. You're doing stuff for odour treatment at the Taupo wastewater treatment from now.
Yes.
We've already got some, Richard, we've got capital projects
in place, it's happening.
But that's not all 100% odor.
Yeah.
Based stuff.
No, I what I was hearing was that, that's fully extra, because what we're doing now will to some extent address that anyway. Is that fair to say, or?
I think I touched on, that we know we've identified some operational improvements.
And that's what you're doing, yeah, that's what you're doing now from year 1 anyway.
So just a bit to work out.
So that will make a difference to the odour mitigation anyway. I'm just wondering, no, I'm just questioning, is it absolutely necessary anyway? That's what, yeah.
What's on the board
Even
reflects the
here,
conversation we had earlier on.
I'm quite happy that that is accurate to what we
Exactly what I
decided.
recall.
Yeah.
well,
We're not
Okay.
revisiting.
Okay, what's next?
no, look, just, I mean,
So
it's
that's the
clear.
next long-term plan, so it's gonna be coming.
Yeah, I get that. Oh, no, but once it's in the long term,
Chair.
well, no, actually, no, this is a genuine question. For those residents, they'll see that. Do they know what that means anyway? I mean, does it, you're doing stuff anyway there now.
Just through the chair, if people made a submission on it, they will get a response. Can I move on to F, please? Moving $50,000 previously identified for bike Taupō. I believe the figure was 65. Can I? Thank you, Jeanette. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I just thought.
What happened was when we were looking at the Amplify money, we said that we would reduce them by 20%. The bike Taupō money sat with the Amplify money, and when we did the 20%, it came off both.
So they get 50K, yeah. Okay.
It's all right. It now goes into a pot, so we can sort that out.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, all right? That's it.
No, we don't should. We're still
Okay,
doing
guys.
it, anyway.
Everyone happy with that recommendation there?
No.
Yeah.
Raise one thing, because it's on the back of my mind, and when I let go, it's going to make me feel bad. Option fund, the 25K is out. I'll make sure that everyone's on the same page.
Going forward.
Yeah.
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 The next few years, yeah.
Yeah. Just want to be clear that that's.
There's still
the
two
consequences of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
decisions
that's
made.
right, that's right.
And it's
Yeah.
not including Bourbon. There's three.
We can soon, we can reintroduce it once boom, boom, boom. done.
Or they could use the contestable funds. that
Or
was
use
just
it.
established. Just want to be really clear. Apologies.
We don't need a resolution to take it out.
No, I just want to be transparent.
Preaching.
Well, keep it, keep it. Top it, it leaves nothing.
Okay, 1, agency G, 2 and 3. We're going to move it, please.
I'll move.
Thank you, councillor Parks, seconded by councillor
Laughlin.
Oh, Laughlin, sorry.
Pick a name.
Okay. Neil, Akron. Those in favour? What's we going to do, Nick?
Those against?
Hand over to Kendall to put the cherry on top.
Kendall, we have to.
Kendall, good.
I just wanted to say a big thank you. This has been a tremendous effort and a lot of time has gone into it. Just so you are aware, the next time that you will see this is after audit. The next time you see the LTP will be after it has been through audit, ready to be adopted. So good luck.
Kendall, the next day, just in terms of time frames, here, we
Yeah.
go away, we prepare the next statements, then we get all that information to audit.
Yes, audit begins on the 19th of August.
Yep.
So we've got about a couple of weeks to get everything ready. Audit will be a 4-week period. And then we have probably about 3 days after the audit finishes to turn things around and get that final version of the LTP before you adopt it.
Thanks, Kendall.
Councillor Laughlin and then councillor Taylor.
So we've already done some comms on decisions we've made, like on bins. We're not planning to do any more comms in terms of decisions today, or just want to be 100% clear. Is there anything? I mean, this was public, so I'm assuming there's nothing taboo about our decisions, but just want to clarify that. It was all.
What do you reckon?
Yeah, so I think that the intention was to do some more comms tomorrow to update these decisions that we've made. But this is a public.
Okay, the draft press release will be sent to myself and Billy. We'll have a look at that.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it.
One should be, you spoke, we listened.
Yeah. Well, that worked well for the bins.
Something like that.
Feedback on the bins was good.
People, oh, didn't you spend that money on da 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 da? Like,
Right, well, thank you thank you guys, thank you.
Oh,
staff.
yeah, we should.
Thank you, sorry.
Sorry, you go.
Kevin, thank you, and thank you to councillors for lasting the duration too, truly appreciate it.
just.
One week, but and thank you for staff putting all the, you know, feedback in there. Which guided us along the way, which is great. Julie, did you want to say something for the deputy mayor?
Oh, that's a bit of a tall ask, isn't
Yes.
it? No, I just wanted to say I've been involved in LTPs, as these guys know, a very long time because I wrote a blog on it this week. 20 years. And this is probably the best deliberations information that I have seen in terms of the reports pulled together, the submission summaries. So I just wanted to do a shout out to these guys and to the rest of the org that's put all the time and effort into responding to all of those. There's a massive piece of work, and yeah, it's the best that I've seen. So I just want
All I'll say to Julie's comment is ditto. That the work that's gone through multiple teams across multiple months, much what we've had to do, sitting on this table, pale of significance relative to everything. So really, I mean, it's easy to thank those who are in front of us, and there's a few names on the screen in front of us. But I'm also conscious there's an awful lot of people in back offices who've done an awful lot of work over a lot of time to get us where we are, which has made our job relatively simple. So thank you. Echo both the mayor's and the CE's words. So well done, Tim.
Thank you. Grateful for your claims. And just, so we will allow Karen to do a closing.
Bob, who's chairing this?
Suggest Karen or
Oh, that's a nice idea.
the whole.
It's a nice idea.
Let's all do it. Stand up.
All right.
You don't mind getting it out.
Oh, no. Guys, go for it.
Hi, have we met?
In here, there is.
O te hui. E raro. E raro.
Thank you very much, everyone.